All right, just about ready to go here, guys. I know I'm running a few minutes late. That's kind of my signature right now, which is not cool, but it is what it is. We're coming on. We're going to be on for like 5 hours today, I think. So that's pretty cool. Plenty of time for people to hang out, ask questions, um, talk about what they're doing. So should be fun. Oh, you know what? I'm just going to take this thing right out of here. I think I should be able to do that. Yep. Cool. Yeah, kind of love that. I don't like these earphones that I have because they don't stay in my ear. Hello, Jimmy Driscoll. Nice to see you. Am I? Yes, I am making audio. Did I hit go live? Yes, I did. All right, we're just about ready to go here. All right. I think I'm good. I think. I think I'm good. Yeah. All right, here we go. It's going to be my first like super marathon live stream kind of thing. Let me tilt this up just a little bit because I don't have enough headroom there. That's better. All right, how's it going? Hey, awesome. Hi, Jimmy. How you doing, man? And who else do we got here? We got the Creed Gamer. Nice. Very cool. Very, very cool. Glad you guys made it. We're going to be doing a half day stream today. So face reveal when you should have come to the Colorado Springs Comic Con. I actually did reveal my face there. Cameron Reinhardt was there, and he got to see my face, and he looked terrified. So I'm not sure I want to do a do a face reveal, but call me Marco. Haha. Okay, used to do YT back in the past. All right, Marco, I will definitely do that. Yes, cool. I'm guessing you were playing Assassin's Creed, right? Yes, that kind of would make sense. But yeah, cool. Awesome. Well, I am going to be just kind of chilling today, taking questions and working on my pilot helmet that I'm going to start painting here pretty soon. We're going to get some flat black down on it, and then we're going to get some silver chrome on it. Easier said than done. You're from the Netherlands. Oh, wow, awesome. My son was almost going to move there, and he, at the last minute, changed his mind. I think he would have had a good time, though. Do you normally keep your helmet on at cons? Well, I haven't been to, I've actually done 3 events in the last, no, actually four events in the last almost, just shy of 2 months. Like right at the beginning of July, we did Fan Expo. And then after that, I hooked up with the Star Wars Morale Missions, which is a super cool group that is very welcoming to all Star Wars cosplayers of all levels. And their whole deal is to just get out and make people smile. So I like that. So I just did the parade down in Pueblo. I did a really, really small con in Pueblo called Idea Con. It was like the smallest con I've ever been to. And oh, it was, inspired by the Mandalorian Creed. Okay, well, my mistake. That's very cool. Let's move that over there. Yeah, that's cool. So, yeah, and then, so I did the parade yesterday down in Pueblo for the Colorado State Fair, and that was awesome. And maybe I'll even put some footage up when I come back. I'm going to take a couple of breaks during the stream today, so while I'm doing that, I'll probably throw some video on there, and we can watch me marching in the parade. Me and 2 other Mandos. It was pretty cool. But oh, you're part of the. Oh, cool! You're the Dutch morale mission guy. You're the boss of the Dutch battalion. That's freaking cool, man. That is really cool. Well, awesome. Yeah, and then I just did Colorado Springs Comic Con yesterday, and that was amazing. definitely one of the most fun I've ever had at a con. Even more fun than WonderCon with my buddies. So it was cool. It was very cool. So, and I did take my helmet off. I don't know. I do take my helmet off at cons because you just have to. I mean, you can't. I mean, I can't say that though because my wife actually kept her helmet on the entire time. I'm extremely impressed with that because she doesn't have a whole lot of con experience and she's very new to wearing armor and she's really getting into it. And she kept her helmet on the whole time yesterday. So it's pretty awesome. You never had an opportunity to go to a con, but hoping to have my kit ready before Pensacon at Pensacola. Yeah, bro, you're going to love it, man. It's so much fun. You will have a blast. So, get your stuff done. And you know what? Even if you don't have it finished, I don't know if you're on my Facebook group, but Jimmy, but there's a girl on there from France. She's on Instagram as Lisa Soka, and on the Facebook group, she's Lisa Lacan, and she's been putting her kit together, building it from scratch. But she just went to a con, and all she had was a helmet and some gauntlets that she made, and she had a blast. So you don't have to have everything. If you even just have the helmet, you're doing good. So just I mean, if you're going to be ready, awesome. But don't kill yourself if to try to get everything done. Make the stuff that you have look as good as you can, and then you can always improve on it. And there's so many cons now, it's crazy. So if you just do a search for cons, you're gonna be surprised at how many, and especially in Florida, there's like tons and tons of cons. So yeah, in fact, I think there's a big one coming up in Orlando pretty soon. So let's close these windows here. All right. So yeah, let's go ahead and start doing some work, right? Let's see. That is true. I just had my first con experience in a full AliExpress con. Nice, very cool. I just got the issue of feeling naked when I go without. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, it's you get used to it. You get into it because there's something cool about creating a character, even if you're playing an existing character, that everybody knows about. There's something cool about it, and you can kind of sort of be anonymous and incognito for a while, and it's pretty cool. You've been working on your kit for close to a year. Oh yeah, that's very normal, bro. I've been working on my kit off and on for probably since I started streaming. So yeah, and it's still not done. I'm still, of course, my kit is kind of a test bed for a lot of stuff, but I got to tell you, I saw some very very sharp looking Mandalorians at the Colorado Springs Comic Con, and it inspired me. I'm going to shift gears here real quick. And this is my new view. I was doing an overhead view, but I saw some guy doing some leather work, and this was his view. And I thought, that's way cooler than what I had. So yeah, I'm going to be working on this pilot helmet, which is kind of customized a little bit. I added these little details in the cheeks. That's the only thing. And the reason why I did that was because this helmet was a bad print. Am I blowing out the mic? It sounds like I'm buzzing. How does the audio sound, guys? Is it okay? Or is it buzzing? Something's buzzing. I don't know what it is. Let me know how the audio is. Can you hear the audio over there? I know, I was hearing a buzz. Oh, yeah, it was like totally blowing out here for a second. Okay. We got to make an adjustment to the audio. I'm very sorry that it's so let me pull it down just a little bit. Maybe that's better now. I'm still hearing a buzz though. Where's that coming from? I can't tell if is this TV on? The audio shouldn't be on this TV. So, all right. So anyway, this is my pilot helmet that I'm working on. We're going to try to keep things in the frame here. So I'm going to tilt this camera up just. Okay, cool. All right. Yeah, I'm not hearing any negative feedback from these guys. So hopefully we're all right. Cool. So let me go ahead and turn this back on. What is that buzzing? Check, check, check. Okay, I am pushing into the red if I hit too hard. Check, 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 check. All right, that's good. That looks good right there. Sometimes I get excited. Okay, I just heard it again. What is that? Okay, something's tripping me out. So if I talk at a certain level, I start hearing something vibrating somewhere. I don't know. Is it coming from my table? Maybe it's coming from my table. I don't know why it would be doing that, but anyway, let's get into this. Okay, cool. Yeah, I was just hearing something. I don't know what it was, but it was kind of freaking me out a little bit. Well, not, in a scary way, just I'm like, what is that? You know? All right, I'm going to turn this on so you guys can see me. And maybe I'll move this down here. Is that it right there? Am I selecting that? Let's make sure everything else is locked before I go and move this, because OBS has this nasty habit of moving the things you don't want to move. No, you know what? I think it might be better right here. I'm going to move it over here. That's good. That's cool. So we can still see. And if it's in the way, guys, just tell me and I'll turn it off. But right now, I just figured it's good to see the person you're talking to, right? Uh-oh. Gotta try not to bump my camera. I'm not used to something being right there. I'm gonna move over just a little bit. That actually gets me better into the frame, too. Okay. So, good news. I've decided that instead of just doing one stream a month where I stream like in the morning and in the afternoon, I'm going to do a stream every week. Now, it's only going to be, at one particular time during the day, and it's probably going to be on Saturdays. So, but it's going to be a long stream like this. So it'll be like at least probably 3 hours. But that way, everybody's going to have a chance to. Cool. Thank you, Jimmy. I appreciate that, man. So yeah, that's the confirmation I needed. No issues. I've just been hearing this buzz. Like if my voice gets above a certain level, I hear something like, and it's going in time with my voice. I'm like, what is that? So anyway, back to the streaming thing. So I'm going to start streaming every week, so you guys have more access to me, and you can, if you've got questions or issues with stuff you're working on, I'll be able to help. So, and you can also show off your things. I'm going to set it up so we can stream on Discord. I was using Zoom, but I'm not crazy about Zoom. I have, let's see, what is? Mm. Oh, hey Tom, how you doing? You're logging in with one of your channels. That's fine. No problem. You identified yourself, so I know who it is. That's good. Awesome. How's your Jedi armor coming along? It was looking pretty cool the last time I saw it. So, and I love the direction that you want to take it. I think that it's going to look really, really cool. Definitely more interesting than the KOTOR version, which is awesome too. But I like the darker take you're going with it. I think it's going to be very, very cool. So I am attempting to start. The thing about these streams is like I always say, I'm going to start working, and I just love talking to you guys, and I like talking. I didn't think I liked talking as much as I do, but apparently I do like talking. Maybe I'm one of those people that likes the sound of their own voice. I don't know. I actually don't, but I am running a stream, so I guess it is kind of my job to talk. So I'm going to see what I got here. Oh, yeah. I got something, another announcement too. You guys are going to get your models here. Probably today, you're going to get part of it, the big part. I'm going to keep it a surprise until later on in the stream. So if you can't stay, come back towards the end. I'm going to be wrapping up at 4 o'clock today. So I am going to take a couple of breaks. So if you come back and you see my intermission screen up, then what is that? Okay, that's crazy. I don't know what it is. Something is vibrating here when I'm talking. That is so weird. Okay, I got to ignore it. You're going to get your big model today, but there's going to be a second part to it that is going to come in a couple of days, and that is only because it is a completely new setup that I'm creating, and I wonder if this is in my home with that buzz. All right, I got to just ignore that. It's a completely new thing that I'm creating, and I have to prototype it before I give it to you guys. I got to make sure it works. So that will come second, but it'll come very shortly after the first one drops, which should be today. I need to get all the STLs out. I need to verify them, and then we can we can get that to you. So yeah, so you're going to get your big model, and one other additional thing is going to be available for you guys, and that is some adapters that allow you to put the macro binoculars on the pilot helmet. You're killing me with the phase reveal. It's coming. It's coming, bro. It's a big deal, though. You know, I have been keeping my identity a secret on the internet for like 3 years now. I think it's been 3 years, might have even been longer. Because ever since I started MakerBake, which has been running for 5 years, uh, it was shortly after that. I think it was within the first year that I did this helmet and started doing Instagrams with the helmet. Oh, thanks. Awesome. You can set it right here. Thank you. If you want to come around, that's cool. Nobody can see you. You're not in the shot. Thank you. Oh, it's not. Well, it kind of is. See? Look, there's my coffee. We'll put it over here. I don't think it's in the shot over here. No, but see, now if I want to get a drink, which is awesome. See, I can almost do a face reveal. See if I just go over here and go, this mouse is very squirrely. It's more of a squirrel than a mouse. If I turn that off, now I can get some coffee. Mm. Oh, that's good. I love coffee. So anyway, I don't want to dox you, man. Oh, I know. Well, I'm telling you, man. Cameron Reinhardt, who's in the group, saw me. I took my helmet off right in front of him, and I'm telling you, he looked terrified. So now I'm not sure. Hey, it is you, Cam. There you are. Okay, everybody's got different handles because you guys are on YouTube. So I was just talking about. I was talking about how terrified he looked when I took my helmet off. But see, he's seen my face. So, but he promised he wasn't going to say anything and or describe me or tell anybody about me. But I do face reveals at cons. So if you want to see what I look like before I do a face reveal here, um, then you got to go to a con. The next time, angle the cam more on the screen. Could almost see you through the. Nice. What is one of the best printers to buy these days and big enough to print a helmet? Okay. I am really, really, really loving my Elegoo Neptune 4 Plus. It is plenty big enough to print a helmet. The one drawback of it is, though, is that it is only 360 millimeters tall instead of the 400 that I'm used to, which was great because it was a lot easier to print tall things on it. It's still big enough to print a helmet. It's a great price point. But their next one up is the Neptune 4 Max, which a lot of people are getting. As you know, Dadalorian, Jason Diodati, just got his Neptune 4 Max and he loved it. He had it fired up within an hour after taking it out of the box. I think he said it took him a half an hour to put it together. And he absolutely loves it. And that's plenty big enough to do a helmet or a jetpack, back plates, full one-piece chest plates will all be big enough to do on that. And the important thing, Tom, is you want to find them. If you don't go with the Elegoo, you want to find a machine that runs Klipper firmware. So Klipper is an advanced version of Marlin. It is way more precise. You'll notice a huge difference in your print quality, especially on corners. Everything is going to be sharp. All your tolerances are going to be dead on, so everything will fit together correctly the way it was meant to, and you're going to just be stoked. So you don't necessarily have to get an Elegoo. I'm just telling you what I've got, and apparently Jimmy has one as well, and he loves it. Yes, it's a great printer. It's not easy to work on though. I've had a couple of issues with one of mine clogging up on the inside of the extruder, and you kind of have to take the whole thing apart. And fortunately, I've done it enough times now where I can do it pretty quick. But It's complex and definitely more of a challenge than some of the older extruders that we're used to. Yeah, definitely look it up. I think you will like it. If you want, I mean, ask Jason Diodati what he thinks. He put something up in the general announcement, so you might want to read and see. Just it should be right. He posted just a couple of days ago, so you should have no problem finding it. Oh, you want the link for the Max? Yeah, we could probably put that in there. I can't do it right now, but my wife might be able to do it. So you got a Creality CR10 Smart Pro and an Elegoo Neptune 3 Max, which I bought secondhand, and the Elegoo Max actually prints perfectly. Yeah, they're great. That's still a Marlin machine, so you're not going to get the level of precision that you will with Clipper, but you could probably upgrade that machine to a Clipper machine. That's kind of a pain in the butt, though. I would just hold out and get another. I mean, you can always have more printers, right? So get a Neptune 4 Max. I'm thinking about getting one. I'd actually like to get one of those. So I'm going to go ahead and I think this thing is ready for some flat black, I think. Actually, I might need to do a bit of wet sanding on this. So I'm going to work on some other parts because I don't have my water bucket out here to sand. I'll bring that out after the first break so I can do some wet sanding on it. This looks good. So this is that new primer that I've been using, which is this stuff right here. Seymour PBE. I love this stuff. It is awesome. And it just comes out so nice. I mean, this hasn't even been sanded yet. I haven't wet sanded this, but look at how nice this finishes. You know, this can probably just wipe off, or you just hit it with, I'm probably going to sand this with like 600 today with the water. I've got a few imperfections in here, but I think I'm going to leave those as damage. And I need to wet sand these in here. And then we're going to shoot some black on it and polish that out. Actually, I'm going to try something this time. I am going to polish it, but I think I'm going to just wet sand polish it rather than buffing it because we're going to be shooting chrome right over the top of it. So we don't need to prep it for like a black Beskar. Let's see, I got Crowley CR10. Yeah, and not expensive at all. That's right, they're not. Probably selling your CR10 Smart Pro and getting the Neptune 4 Max. Very good choice, I would say. Creality's always been kind of hit and miss for me. I started with a CR10, an original CR10, and it did pretty good. Printers were still DIY desktop quality printers were pretty new when I started. When that one came out, it was kind of the one that everybody was going for. I'm gonna have another sip of coffee here. Yeah. Mm. But the one they really kind of knocked out of the park in my estimation, and it was just the king for years, was the Ender 3, and then the Ender 3 V2 were outstanding printers. They're kind of dated now, but they were really good, and they were way better than their big printers. Problem with the CR10s is they almost all had warped beds, so they were a nightmare to level, and they didn't have automatic bed leveling. You could get it as a aftermarket thing, but it was always just a pain in the butt. But yeah, all right. So let's see here. What if I got that's actually ready to put some paint on? That is, and then we got these. Look like they're ready for some flat black. These are ready for flat black. So we got to set up a little, kind of like a little painting setup here. Let's see. Oh, I'm totally out of cups. Wow. I am completely out of paper cups. I can't believe that. I went through those things quick. Okay, so I got to improvise here. That's fun. I always like improvising. Definitely. Okay. I just need something that doesn't have any paint on it. I think I found something. I think. Ah, okay. This will work. Just cut this into some smaller pieces. This way we can set this on here. I want to be able to still be able to rotate. So we've got a flat surface to lay this stuff on, and we'll be able to still rotate. So let's go ahead and put this on here, that, and that. You know what? I'm going to turn my camera off so you guys can see what I'm doing. It's kind of blocking the, there we go. Let's move this out of the way too. We're just laying these in here on this flat thing. We'll put that back there, put that right there. And then we got these guys. So this is the whole ear. I think this rangefinder is ready too. Yeah, it looks like it is. Let's go ahead and take it apart. We'll put that on there. And I need to turn the fan on this thing. There we go. Oh yeah, the Ender 3. Ender 3 Pros are pretty insane. That was just such a great all-around printer. They really did a good job with that. Okay, it looks like this rear vent might be ready also. So we'll go ahead and take this apart, and I think we might have enough pieces on here. You don't want to crowd things too much because you got to be able to get in, you know, from every angle. But I think we might have enough room for this. At least part of it. I think we can do this part. So yeah, we'll save the frame for later. And then got this rangefinder stem. This thing's. I'm going to use this because it's resin, but I don't like the resin ones anymore. They're just too much of a chance of breaking. All right, so let's get some paint. I'm going to shoot some flat black. All right, I'm going to turn the camera back on. I'm going to put me down here. I think that's a good spot for me right there. I like that. Yeah. All right. Shake that paint. So you always want to shake your paint for at least a minute. The more you shake it, the better it's going to work. The smoother it's going to come out. I have not been to Micro Center yet, Cameron. Can you believe that? When I lived in California, we had a place called Fry's. That was really cool. It was very similar to Micro Center, where they just had all kinds of stuff, computers and audio stuff and electronics and just all kinds of things. So, but Micro Center, they got a bunch of 3D printing stuff up there. All kinds of crazy filaments too, apparently. I don't know if we've been shaking this for a minute yet. I've already shot out of this can, so you don't have to go crazy. Oh, and I wanted to show you guys this. I've actually used this a couple of times now. This acrylic lacquer. This is a gloss black. This stuff lays down really nice. I was actually quite impressed with it. It's very little orange peel, which is a problem normally with gloss black paint. And, you know, the reason why it's a problem is because, did I just unplug myself? No. Okay. The mic forder's got a little tighter here with this camera setup. And just learning to adapt. But anyway, orange, the problem with gloss black paint, and this is the reason why I don't normally use it, is that it has a tendency to orange peel. And when I finally put out my, I think I just put out my primering video. So you guys, if you haven't watched it, then you'll see what I'm talking about. I'll just say, get used to axe. Oh, is it? So that permeates the atmosphere at Micro Center. Oh my gosh, they were making the life-size Master Chief statue from Galactic Armory. Oh, okay, that's cool. That's pretty cool. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and shoot this. So you always want to keep your paint moving as much as possible. I'm going to move that. You don't want to stop. That's how you get drips. It's when you stop like over a part. So you always want to just shoot across it. You can always come back again. And you can go the other way too, which we are right now. We're going to go the other way. And having a lazy Susan like this, rotating plate is really helpful for being able to get all the way around. There's so many ways that you can set your parts up to paint. A lot of people like to hang them. If I was painting outside, I would probably do that. And that's actually how I started. And then I moved everything into my bathroom, and that was crazy. I did that for over a year. I almost destroyed my bathroom doing that, but it worked. So, all right, so that's a good first coat. Let's get down into there, even though that doesn't really need paint. After you do this enough times, you get the feel of it. But yeah, the more you just keep the thing moving, the less chance you are to get drips. Because drips are just, too much paint going down in one spot, and, it just builds up really fast, and then gravity takes over and it drips. So we'll let those dry. They're going to take about probably 10, 15 minutes. And in the meantime, let's see if we can put something together. I'm going to sand this. I'm going to sand this down with some, let's see, what we got here? 600? That's 400. That'll work. I should probably be wearing some gloves. I'm going to wear some gloves. This is regular old black nitrile gloves. All right. Oh, where'd I go? I'm not in the shot anymore. Oh, did I turn off the camera? No. It moved or something. Oh, I know. I just had something up in front of that for some reason. I don't know where that came from. That's weird. All right. Must have bumped something. All right. Let's do a little bit of sanding. Last I was there, they were. Oh yeah, that's right. I read that already. I think I said this was resin. Fortunately, I have my helmet on, but when you sand resin, the best way to sand resin, huh? Oh, because it's blocking. Ah, thank you. Okay, I'll go up there, even though now I'm facing totally the wrong way. Yeah, I'll come back over here. Because it's better to look into the frame than to look out of it. So, but now you can see what I'm doing, which is just sanding. Thank you, though. Thank you. Appreciate the technical support. It's always good to sand resin with water. In fact, we really should be doing that. Let's set that aside. I'm not going to sand that. I got plenty of other plastic things to sand, so I'm going to do those. I'm going to get these guys prepped. These are the hinges for the blast shield. Oh yeah, I told you guys that I made adapters so you can put the macro binoculars onto the pilot helmet. Sanding's the hobby you get when you start your kit. Yes, it's a great hobby, isn't it? Sanding. And Anakin in the prequels, he said everybody thinks he said he hated sand, but I think he really was saying that he hated sanding. Padme didn't understand because she didn't do cosplay or make armor, but I think that's what he was talking about. He built 3PO, so he was already kind of a crafty dude. He worked on his pod racer. He was probably making cosplay on the side, but sand. It's he hated sanding. That's what he said. So that was a whole misquote. I've checked the audio too. I think it was an audio glitch because it sounds like he says sand. I think he was really talking about sanding. Actually, I truth be told, I didn't like sanding at first because I was doing so much of it, but I like it now. It's kind of relaxing, and you get such a nice result from doing it. I see so many people who are in a hurry and they just, they shoot some primer on their kit thinking it's going to take care of all the layer lines, and it just doesn't. And even if it did, um, a lot of times they don't go back in and do the wet sanding because when you do the primer is going to fill everything in, but it's still going to create a, kind of an expanded effect of what is underneath it. So you have to sand it to level everything out again and then shoot it one more time with primer. Although you don't necessarily have to go with filler primer at that point. You could just go straight to flat black, which is what we're going to do on this helmet here. The best way to remove paint from your armor for a repaint. Okay, I was going to say fire, but since you want to repaint it, um, we're not going to use that. There's a couple of different ways you can go for removing paint. I might. Oh, yeah, that's right. I think I probably do, but we can talk about that right now. I mean, that's the whole point of this, right? But yeah, I mean, if you want to go and reference the video too after we talk about it, we can. You can do that. But basically, there's a couple of different ways you can do it. Sanding is the best. You usually just need to sand down to primer, and believe me, it's not as hard as it sounds, and you don't have to get every single piece of paint off. What you need to do is kind of just get everything to kind of blend together. So a good way to describe that would be like, if you had a couple of colors, and you had primer underneath. So you go color, silver, black, and then primer. Um, you don't even need to go all the way down to the primer. The main thing is you just want to get the surface back to a smooth, cohesive surface. So you don't want to see any um, elevation changes due to paint. Because you know how like when you use the liquid latex for chips or whatever, toothpaste, salt, you'll see the like a kind of like almost like a micro stepping of the different paint layers. Okay, so what you want to do with the sandpaper is just kind of level everything out. And trust me, it'll come off a lot faster. Start with, 120 grit, you know, and you'll take off paint really fast. If you want to speed the process up, you can using paper towels or rags that you don't care about. You can cut up an old t-shirt or something like that. Get some acetone, go out into a well-ventilated area and put some acetone on it with a brush. Let it sit for a minute, and you can use the brush to work the paint off, or you can just wipe it off with your rags. And then you're going to want to go back in and do some more sanding. The problem with that, it works great, but it's very messy and it's very toxic. So you're really better off going with the sandpaper. And I would just start with a heavy grit, like one. I wouldn't go lower than 120. 120 you could probably even do 180, but 120 is going to get you through the first couple of layers of paint down into your primer. If you can get down to your primer, that's cool, but you don't have to. Remember, the main thing you want to be able to do is just get everything smooth again, because you can shoot new paint over old paint. You just need to have everything smooth. So it's almost like you're starting over, but it's not, and that way you don't have to go all the way back to zero, because that's a pain and it's not really necessary. It really isn't, because the paint's going to cover everything up. So it's really just about the surface. It's all about the surface. The smoother you can get that surface, the better. And you can get paint layers smooth and blending together. So it's like, okay, cool, awesome. So that's, yeah, and it's it's time consuming and it's annoying having to repaint stuff, but ultimately you'll probably be happier with your second pass. So it's worth it. And yeah, you don't have to sand all the paint off. Remember, it's just about the quality of the surface for repaint. I mean, heck, if you didn't do any paint chipping, if you didn't do any weathering or paint chipping on your current surface, you could just hit that with some 400 and repaint it. Just shoot some more primer over it or silver or whatever and just repaint it. You don't even have to go that deep because it really, again, it's just about getting that surface good. Like, in car shops and auto body shops, if they're gonna touch something up, they're probably not gonna sand it all the way down to the primer level. They'll just get in there with some high grit sandpaper, sand out the imperfection, and then maybe put a little bit of primer over in that area, and then shoot it again, and then blend it all in with color sanding. So, which is basically wet sanding. So, and then they'll buff it all out. So anyway, I wanted to get back to why I don't typically use gloss black. Now, I may start using it because the graphite responds to the glossy paint much better than it does to the polished flat black. But I love the flat black look. That's why I call it black Beskar, because it looks like black chrome to me, but it's a totally different look. If you do graphite over gloss black, it looks like chrome. So, and it looks amazing. So, that's just a note there. But the reason why, I'm going to finally get to this reason, is because it orange peels. So in order to get rid of orange peel, you got to sand it, okay? So as soon as you sand gloss black paint, it stops being glossy. So to get it glossy again, you have to buff it out. Well, that's pretty much what I do with flat black primer, except I don't have to sand it. I can just go straight to buffing. And then I can put the graphite on top of it and get the look that I want. So if you're shooting gloss black, just know that if you don't want the orange peel, you're going to have to sand it out. And you can do it with, I would start with like 400 grit at a minimum, and then work up to a higher grit. But the thought is that it's always basically about the end result. So shooting gloss black as a base for a metallic paint, usually chrome, is cool if you're going to go to regular colored paint, okay? So if you're going to go to regular colored paint, then it's not going to be so much of an issue. The problem arises when you want to have a lot of bare metal, okay? Then you're going to really see the orange peel. So just keep that in mind. That's kind of why I like the flat black for that, but I may start using this acrylic lacquer. It lays down really nice, I gotta say. Got a little bit of a piece of support right there. Okay, I think I got it. So that's the reason why I don't. Because, ultimately, it's just extra steps. I don't like making the surface fully smooth. To me, some dents give it more life. Okay, yes, I totally agree with you, Marco, but what I'm talking about is orange peel, okay? And orange peel is exactly what it sounds like. It looks like the surface of an orange. If that's the look you're going for, then, that's cool. I mean, a dent here or there I love that too. I mean, that's, I just pointed out on this helmet here, I've got a couple of things going on, like right in here. I don't know if you can see it. There's definitely an indentation right there. And I think there's at least one more. I'm going to leave that. Those are interesting. But orange peel looks like orange peel. That's why it's called that. And it's not generally desirable. It's very common though. If paint error can be used in a way it can be called damage, I keep it. Oh yeah, absolutely. No, I totally agree with that. I do that too. I mean, yeah, if it looks cool, we're not painting cars here, we're painting armor. So I mean, if it's a cool looking accident or, effect, then absolutely, yeah, you want to keep that. Those are called happy accidents. But what I'm talking about is orange peel. And, you can Google it. You'll see what I'm talking about. But I mean, if you've ever had an orange or a lemon, I mean, you could call it lemon peel too. Um, Although I think lemons are a little more exaggerated in their texture than the oranges are. But yeah, it's definitely not something that's desirable. And to get rid of it, to get your surface smooth, you need to sand it. So I just saved myself the trouble of having to do that by polishing flat black primer. And what I really like about that is that it yields a very interesting look. When you polish the flat black primer, it almost looks like metal. So, in fact, I might do some of that right here since we've got some stuff that's. I don't need to sand that. I need to sand this. But yeah, I totally agree, Marco. The paint error can definitely. Oh, gold, black, and red. I like that combination very much. That one part black, it's a slight orange peel, but bad. I can cover it and. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yes, yes, yes. Yeah. I mean, again, this is the great thing about the fact that we're painting armor and not a car. Um, Cars, you have to be, or they have to be perfect, or at least they should be for the kind of money you're paying. Um, but this is armor, so as long as it doesn't look like a paint accident, then you're good, man. You're good. Um, that's the whole thing. You just don't want it to look like a paint accident. You don't want it to look like, oh yeah, I don't know how to paint. And that's not. I'm not saying that you don't. I'm just saying that if you have an accident in your paint or something that didn't turn out quite as good as you were hoping, as long as it looks good on the armor and you can weather it, then yeah, right? Yes, exactly. Uh, don't tell your insurance company though, right? But that's the thing that's why I don't use the gloss black that much. But like I said, this stuff that I had, I've actually had this stuff for a while, and I finally broke it out the other day. I'm trying to remember why, um, but it was really nice. Oh, I'm sorry. Well, that sucks. You guys have really good public transportation over in the Netherlands, though, don't you? You got like all kinds of things happening there. Um, it's pretty advanced, if I remember. I mean, I did a little bit of research on it when my son was thinking about moving there. I just wanted to know where he was going and what it was like, and I was quite impressed with the infrastructure of the Netherlands. You guys seem to have it going on in a lot of ways. No proof, no crime, one insurance. Yeah, I'm just babbling, man. Don't pay any attention to me. Yeah, awesome. Okay, let's see here. What else we got? This doesn't need to get sanded. That's going to be underneath something. Oh yeah. Let's see. So I got this new stuff here that I have not tried yet. This is called modeling paste. This stuff is not cheap. I think this little jar, which is quite heavy by the way, is was like 20 bucks. But what this stuff is like something for canvases for painting, like for doing pictures. Okay. So what this does is it can actually create relief and texture and dimension on the surface of a canvas. But what apparently it's also really good for is filling up layer lines on your 3D print. And the nice thing about it is it's completely non-toxic. We are going to use this today after the first break. I'm going to get something that needs to be puttied, and we'll try it out. We'll see what we think of it. So I just want to show that. And then the other thing, I'm finally getting to this. Sven turned me on to this Vallejo liquid mask. We're going to be using this today also and trying it out. I actually tried to use it earlier and I was using it like I was trying to like use it instead of masking tape, which was completely the wrong thing to do. Instead, we're going to use it for paint chipping. So we're going to try it out and see how it is. Let's see. We have probably, but sometimes it does truly suck. But inflation is more the cause of that. Yeah, we're having that everywhere, so it's not cool, but it is what it is right now, right? Doing what we can. It's become too expensive because public transit became a profit thing. Oh, yeah, it should be. Yeah, I totally agree with that. Because it's supposed to be public. That generally means it's owned and operated by the government there, and it should be very affordable for people to get around. I'm doing it, but after 2 months, I got. Oh yeah, you don't want to be having that happen. But you know what? You could get a Tesla. You could get a self-driving car, and then you just basically tell it where you want to go. I mean, that's the future anyway. It's everything's going there, and that's I think a good thing. I love to drive. Don't get me wrong. I love to drive. I love to be in control of a car. I used to love to be in control of a motorcycle, but I think for most people, having a car that can drive itself, I mean, it takes care of so many problems. You were building shells. What stuff you showed to fill up the light? Oh, yeah, here, I'll show you. It's called modeling paste. So you get this at a art supply store. You can probably get it off of Amazon too. Um, oh, yeah, we got to have licenses here too. Absolutely. So, but what this is for, you probably already heard me say this, is for creating texture on paint canvases. However, you can also use it to fill up layer lines, and it apparently sands really easy and it's completely non-toxic. I believe it's water-based, which I'm going to be honest. I've seen this used. I've heard people talking about it. I think Sven uses this actually, and he says it's great. So we're going to try it out and see. I'm a little skeptical because it's water-based and you're putting it on plastic. So I don't know what the adhesion over time is going to be like, but we'll see. We'll see. Yeah. I'm just trying to see if I missed anybody. Haven't missed anybody. Okay. Cool. All right. Good deal. So we'll be doing that after the first break, which is going to come up probably in about 45 minutes or so. What is it? 11:30 right now. 11:40. Yeah, probably around 12:30 my time. So 40 minutes, 45 minutes from now, we'll do the first break. I am going to pull these black pieces out and see how they look. Have a look at these guys. Yeah, they look pretty good. Looks like we got all the areas. I don't think we need to um, do anything else with these. The black looks so nice. It's got a little bit of a sheen to it already because the surface we put it on was so smooth. See, that's the whole key to reflectivity is a smooth surface. The smoother the surface is, the more reflectivity you get. So if you're interested in that, that's the key. If you don't want reflectivity, or for something to look metallic, um, then don't worry about it. You can just, and I mean, if you look at Boba Fett's helmet, all those places where the paint's chipped, it's not revealing metal, it's revealing some kind of white material, which I think at the time was supposed to be similar to what the stormtroopers are using. And I think the stormtroopers were using something called um, like Durasteel or something. And I don't think it was actually a metal. I think it's a composite material in Star Wars. I think that's actually what it's supposed to be, but it's definitely not as good as actual steel. I mean, I don't think it's plastic, but it's definitely some kind of composite material that when it's revealed, it looks white or very light colored. So, because if you look at his paint chips, there's no metal under there. It's some kind of whitish material, which I thought was really interesting. So this whole thing about revealing metal with the paint chips now is kind of a new thing. Boba's original concept was being a super stormtrooper. That's correct. Yes. At some point, I want to do I want to do the white Boba Fett. Yep, that's right. There was going to be a whole bunch of them. They're going to be super commandos. They actually kind of revived that idea in the Clone Wars cartoon with Gar Saxon. So, yeah, Beskar was not a thing. Mandalorians weren't even a thing. Even when after Boba Fett was revealed, we saw him in The Empire Strikes Back, and then again in his ridiculous demise in The Return of the Jedi. Um, we never called him. He was never called a Mandalorian. That didn't happen until Jango Fett. So, and then of course Jango turned out to be Boba's dad. Um, oh, that was in Rebels. Oh yeah, okay. So that's right. Gar Saxon was we see him in Clone Wars, where he's aligning with Darth Maul, and he's one of the Mauldalorians. Um, and then yes, that's right. It was in the Clone Wars. It was in the episodes where we learned that Sabine actually developed a terrifying weapon for the Empire, plastisteel. Yeah, that's it. That's it. Yeah, a layer of durasteel with a layer of plastic on top. And that's why when we see the paint chips on Boba's helmet, they don't look like metal. They look like plastic. So, yeah, it's pretty interesting. Pretty interesting. All right, let's see. I know there's some parts missing here. I need to find more parts. Let's see what we got over here. Oh, we got our little valves. I think I'm going to take these earpieces here and get them set up for Chrome. So we're going to be using our good old Rust-Oleum silver chrome. I had a lot of people compliment my armor yesterday, seeing it up close and in person. One guy said it totally looks like metal, and it does. I got to say, this stuff is pretty amazing, and it's quite durable. I don't clear coat it, but you could. You got to use a good clear coat though. You got to get the two-part clears. The expensive ones, if you shoot it in a can, they do come in a can, but they're generally meant to be shot out of a gun, and you mix them with reducer and stuff like that. That's very advanced painting. I don't do that here because I'm not set up for it, and honestly, that's another level that I would have to learn. But you get the two-part clear coat in a can, and it's got a little valve on the bottom, and you click it and it activates it. You basically have like 12 hours. You got to use the whole can like in 12 hours. So, but that will work over chrome finishes without turning it gray. Generally, I have not tried it over this stuff. I haven't done any clear coating. I am going to do some clear coating in the future, though. I know if you guys have been following me long enough, you know that typically I don't suggest clear coating. I don't think it's really necessary, but you know, you got to grow and evolve. And I shouldn't badmouth clear coat, and I'm not really badmouthing it. I mean, it's great stuff, but um, I just have never liked the look of it. I always think it looks like it's, to me, there's two different kinds of shininess. There's gloss, which is like candy, like hard candy. Okay. And then there's sheen, which is what, like bare metal has sheen to it. Okay. Gloss, let's see if I can find a visual example of that, what I'm talking about. I guess that kind of works. So we got this. Okay, yeah, actually, this is perfect. Okay, so see, that's metal right there. Okay, that's metal. But clear coat has this sort of candy finish to it. See how plastic that looks? To me, clear coat looks like you shot a layer of plastic over the top of your metal. And I get why people do it. It does add a layer of protection to the finish. It's not impervious. You can damage a clear coat finish just as easily as you can damage a non-clear coat finish. Let's see here. My love for Mandalorians were after episode 2. It was inspiring how so early there was so much to them. Yes, exactly. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty amazing. 10 years before the show. Yes. And that was all because of Django. And then what really made it, come alive was the Bounty Hunter video game that was on the GameCube. So, and I think it was on the PC too, but that was a great game. The Star Wars Bounty Hunter, where you get to be Jango Fett and hunt down bounties, and they got the whole story with Count Dooku and the other bounty hunter that was competing with him to be the template for the clones. Yeah, it was very cool. Uh, oh, your character is an ex Imperial Super Commando? That's awesome. I am an ex Imperial Elite Stormtrooper. I was in a elite Stormtrooper unit that was entirely comprised of Mandalorians. We were captured and during the Purge by the Empire, and you know, because they have respect for us as warriors and they didn't just kill us outright, they gave us a choice to either serve or um, go make big rocks into little rocks in a prison planet somewhere. So I chose to serve, and I was put into a squad of um, elite stormtroopers, and they were all Mandos. So that was pretty cool. But that's where HK comes from. Some of you guys know this already. So I love to see Mandalorian lore existing so deep while only having seen Boba and Jango. Yeah, I know, right? I I really started to love Mandalorians when I realized that they were a culture and not a military force. So the ability to, you know, express yourself on a personal level through your armor was very, very high. And it doesn't exist in, stormtrooper culture or TIE pilots or anything that's attached to a fighting force. Even rebels, really, they have cool markings and stuff on their helmets, but they're all still pretty much wearing the same stuff. The guys that are on the ships, they're dressed all the same way. The Mon Calamari, they all wear the same thing. The Rebel pilots all have their orange jumpsuits and their cool like life support boxes, and their helmets. Our helmets are all the same. They do have a little area, a little room for self-expression on the helmet paint job, but it's pretty simple. But their faces show, so you get that. But with Mandos, we're wearing the helmet, and you have this chance to express yourself and create a character that transcends the armor. That's the whole key, is to be able to, you know, have a full range of expression, even though your face is not visible. So it's fun. It's fun to do that. All right, I'm actually going to try to do some work right now. You know what? I think I was going to wet sand this, but I think I'm going to just go over this with 600 or with this 400 here. I need to get this smooth. We're going to shoot it with black here. And I'm standing really, really lightly right now. Move this out of the way. Let's put me down here in the middle. Actually, you know what? We don't need to see me right now. Let's just turn this off. All right. The hardest part about doing this is keeping the thing in the frame. Okay, even through the glove, I can feel that's getting smoother. Now, this whole helmet's going to be painted with color, so I am going to not be super concerned about having my chrome be ultra buff metal looking. I just want to have something there to reveal when I chip the paint away. I don't really need to go in there. It was more about right here. But I really like to get some black on this today. It's time. The helmet was mostly done. I'd already wet sanded it. Uh-oh. I'd already wet sanded it. But these pieces in the cheeks were still pretty rough, and they needed They needed to be puttied and filled. Part of the problem was is that they weren't sitting flush against this edge where I installed them, so I had to go in with a heavy file and smooth everything down. But it looks way better now. And then I had to go and repaint. So I'm sanding really light right now. What I'm really trying to do at this point is just get any kind of like surface dust. Sometimes you get dust that settles down into the paint after you shoot it, and usually it's paint dust. So it's not like, dust, just dirty dust in the air. It's it's little paint particles that will float down onto the surface, but they won't integrate with the surface completely. So you get like this kind of sort of very light granular finish on it. And so wet sanding very lightly will absolutely take care of that. But that's all going to show up in the next layer of paint that you shoot. So unless that's what you're going for, you want to just do this to kind of knock all those little grains off. And that's really all we're doing here. We're not trying to polish the surface or anything like that. It's already pretty good. So we just want to get all that granularity off. We don't want to go granular with this. Fun fact, I taught myself to speak, read, and understand ancient Mando folk. Did you really? I am working on that, and I'm very impressed with that. I am very impressed with that. That is not an easy thing to do. That's very cool, bro. That is very cool. Tell me more about how you did that. What was your process? Because right now I'm on Mando Creator, learning words from the dictionary, and you know, it's not the same. They do have sort of a reading thing where you can read and practice recognizing Mando, but it seems like it's too advanced for me to get a handle on without more foundational learning first. Okay, let's get up in here. By the way, guys, I am going to be on until 4 o'clock today. I'm going to take a couple of breaks, but I'm doing like almost a half day. So if you need to step away and you want to come back later, I will be here. So just so you know. Whoops, elbow. Sorry about that. Trying to stay in the shot. Definitely like this new camera angle better though. I like it better than the overhead. Yeah, I really want to learn how to do the Mandoa speaking and reading and writing. Yeah, I've kind of decided that I really want to go deep into the whole Mandalorian culture. I'm creating the backstory for my character for HK7335. I know a good chunk of his history, but there's lore, that isn't filled in enough. Um, like I'm trying to decide if my character is originally from Concordia or from Concord Dawn. So those are both in the Mandalore system. They're not on Mandalore. So he's definitely not from Mandalore. So, which is why I didn't die in the purge. That's awesome. Cool, Jimmy. I'm glad that that's working out for you. Is I'm always trying to figure out the good day to stream. I definitely felt like weekends were going to be better for people, and so, but I think the problem has been that my streams are too short, and people don't have a chance to get in. So, because they're working or whatever, and so they just don't come on. So I figured if I went a half a day, people could come in and stay as long as you want. I mean, if you want to stay for the whole stream, awesome. But if you only want to stay for a little while because you got stuff to do, um, you know, I just appreciate that you guys show up and chat with me. And if you got questions, like I've already had a couple of questions about paint, so that's really cool. Also about printers, that's really cool. I love that stuff. So yeah, definitely ask questions. And if you got information to share, things you've learned, feel free to share, man. I mean, we're a group, so everybody knows different stuff. Saturday, um, eh, is not a good. I'm taking that to mean that Saturday is not a good day. uh, is that right, Jimmy? Should I get that? Is Sunday is the day? Maybe Sunday's the day. So I know I'm coming into football season, and that's usually on Sunday. So a lot of people are going to be watching football. I know Jason Diodati, Dadalorian 6 is definitely going to be. He's a big Steelers fan. Of course, he's in Pittsburgh, so kind of makes sense, right? Pittsburgh is a great town. I went there once, and it was very, very cool. I very much enjoyed it. Good people back there. Of course, I've kind of, I don't think I've ever been to a place that had bad people. I mean, I know there's bad people, but, I'm just talking about the people in general. Most people are pretty cool wherever you go. Except, of course, I haven't been to New Jersey yet. I haven't been to New York. I hear that's a different story, but, we'll see. Oh, Saturday is the best? Okay, cool. That's the only way I was gonna stream on Saturday, but the reason why I didn't is because I went to CosCon. So, if I'm not going to a convention, because I'm going to be streaming every week, so unless I'm going to a convention um, with my battalion or just us, me and my wife, I will be streaming on Saturday. If I do go to a convention, then I'll stream on Sunday. So, unless we're going out of town, and staying somewhere, although I guarantee you that that's going to be, we will go out of town, but we're probably going to be staying within, half days driving distance or a day at the most. So, if I was driving back from a con Saturday night, I would definitely be able to stream on Sunday. That would be the goal. Okay. I think we're just about there with this. And you can see I'm going super light. Super, super light. Just kind of smoothing it out. If I was going to really want to, push the metal look on this helmet, I would immediately follow this pass up with a 600 grit pass and possibly even 1,000. So, although it's there's a point with the paint where you're going to start seeing diminishing returns with the sanding. I have had excellent luck with not having to go past 600, even with stuff that's just bare metal. So I want those surface imperfections. I want the scratches like Marco was talking about. He was talking about, okay, Saturday's nice. Awesome, great. Very cool. These streams are the best to end the week on a Sunday. Yeah, well, Saturday. Okay, so good. So either one of those days, Tom, works for you, yes? That's cool. I appreciate that. I definitely feel like the weekend is going to be overall better for most of us. I know it's going to be good for me. I always got so much stuff going on during the week. Usually on the weekends, I'm not so worried about processing orders. Like maybe tonight I will be, but usually I just wait until Monday morning. So I kind of take the weekend off from doing that. So it's definitely going to be better for me to be able to really focus on, group stuff. So I promise I'm going to get some videos out here very soon. The character character concepting is almost done. It's in the editing phase right now, and it's just being. I've got a lot of material for that. And it's pretty comprehensive because I go and show you where to get the images, how to process them, how to, put them together with your character sheet. Um, and it's all designed around, for people who don't know how to draw, or don't have any artistic skill, but you can pick colors, that's really, and I even show you how to do that. So you don't even have to know how to put colors together. Although for most of us it's instinctual, but some people have a hard time figuring out what works together. And so I go into that, and it's all super easy, procedural. I do all the coloring and painting and weathering in a free program called Krita, and I do it with my right hand. As you know, if you know me, I am left-handed. So I'm not using the mouse with my left hand. I'm using it with my right hand, and I'm not using a tablet with a stylus or anything like that. So I'm using exactly what someone who doesn't know how to draw or do anything, the same thing that you would use. So that's the whole point of that. And that way you can get a sense of, I don't know if you guys saw the template that I put up and the first paint job that I put up, but I'm going to show you how to do that. That's the whole point of the video. And it's almost done. It's in the editing phase. Oh, I got to do this. I didn't do this yet. It's in the editing phase, so it will be ready very soon. But like I said, right now I'm focusing on getting your files together. Got a big, very, very special file coming. Something that if you probably already know what it is, but I'm not going to tell you. I'm going to tell you after the second break. So we'll reveal it after the second break. So I am recording this though, so if you do miss it, you'll see it, but I'm also going to announce it on the site. So you will know before the end of the day what your file for this month is going to be. And I think you're going to be very stoked. But in addition to that file, you will be getting the second part of that file in a few days after I have an opportunity to prototype everything and make sure it works. So I don't want to give you a file that doesn't work, that's no fun. All right, so I need to dust this off. I usually just like to take one of these chip brushes here, and I'm going to do this off to the side here, but I just do this, just go through and whisk it off. If you have a air compressor with a blower, that is the absolute best way to go. I don't have that here, so this is probably the second or third best way to go. It does work. So, and anything that I miss, I just chalk up to texture. It's like, yeah, that's going to be some texture. Okay, so I think we're just about ready to shoot some black on there. Hey, what are you doing, Big Kitty? How's it going? My friend Big Orange Kitty is here right now. Let's see if we can get him into the shot. You guys can see who he is. Come here, buddy. Come here. Let's take these gloves off so you don't get paint all over you. Come here. Hey, where are you going? I guess he just came over to say hi. He's very friendly. All right. So we're done with that. We're going to move these guys out of here. Let's bring them over here. They're very nice and dry. Actually, you know what? I think because they're already set up, we're going to go ahead and shoot some chrome on them. Let's do that. And then we'll let that dry for 10 minutes. Do a second layer, the actual layer. I'm going to set this over here so it's not in the way. And let's go ahead and go back to this view. And I'm going to have another sip of coffee. Somebody's trying to see me in something. Oh, you can almost see me in the paint can, huh? Almost. Hmm. Oh man, this coffee's good. Mm. Okay. All right. Let's get some chrome action happening. Again, these metallic paints, especially the higher quality ones, you want to shake them really, really good. Because basically what's going on is there's very, 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 very fine metal particles in this paint, and they're heavy. So in order to disperse them evenly, shaking is the best way to go. It's really the only way to go. And this would be true for, if you were shooting like Duralumin or Lumiluster, you got to get those paints shaken up good, especially those paints because they have extremely fine metal particles, which is why they have such, good, why they look so good out of the can. This is the second best chrome that I have found. The first best one is a paint called Iron Lac, Ironlak. It is made in Australia, and for some reason, it is not allowed to be shipped to the United States. However, some of it has made it to the United States and can quite often be found at your neighborhood Hobby Lobby. They make a silver chrome that is just unbelievable. It it looks as good, in my opinion. It looks as good as a Lumiluster, and it's $6 a can. It's cheaper than this stuff. This stuff is 12 a can. Okay, although they're trying to raise the price now at Hobby Lobby. Or not at Hobby Lobby, but at AutoZone. They want like almost $20 for this can of paint, which is ridiculous. So you can get this stuff on Amazon. I don't know if you can get it in Europe. You guys have your own thing going on there with the EU, and it's got a lot of rules about what you guys can get through the mail. So um, shop around. I'm pretty sure Rust-Oleum products exist in Europe because they're just a huge paint conglomerate. They've got to be everywhere. They're not just here. If you can find this, you know, this might work good. Cameron, did you try out that Rust-Oleum Imagine paint? I meant to ask you that because I was pushing this paint on you and you had that other paint, which I was very curious about. I didn't recommend it to you because your time frame was so short, and I don't know how long it. Sometimes these chrome paints can take a long time to dry. For instance, the Iron Lac paint, that stuff takes full 24 hours before you can even think about touching it, and I still wouldn't recommend touching it. It's extremely susceptible to finger oils. So, but once it fully cures, it's gorgeous and it's tough. So, and it's $6 a can. So it's like you don't even have to worry about clear coating it because it's $6 a can. If you chip it, just shoot some more paint on there. But yeah, it's pretty amazing. But this is the second best canned chrome that I've used, and this stuff's great for so many reasons. First of all, it's not as a lot of chrome paints are very bright. Um, you know, it's hard to explain, but this stuff has a darker quality to it. It just looks more like steel. I mean, that's what it looks like, and it's not super bright. So um, you'll see. If you haven't seen it, if you haven't used it, you're about to. So all right. I haven't heard from Marco in a while. Hey, Marco, I'm going to do a face reveal right now. Oh, you're not here. You missed the face reveal, Marco. Okay, so here's the thing with this stuff, and it's probably true with most chromes. More fun tips. If you spray this stuff on too heavy initially, it can be prone to cracking and crinkling. It's like the paint doesn't quite stick and it sort of pulls up and it makes this weird, like crinkly finish. It's not pleasant and you have to sand it out. So sometimes if it's not too bad, you can just let it dry and it will sort of naturally even itself out, but very rarely. So your first pass, I consider this like I call it a mist pass or a dust pass. um, and so what this is designed to do is just create create something for the the actual coat to stick to, to stick to itself basically. So we're going to go real light on this first pass. So we're going to move the can quickly, and we're not going to do a bunch of coats. So here we go. This is how it works. I wish we could, let's see if we can maybe angle in there a little better so we can see it a little better. All right. So here it's more about, how the paint can is moving. All right. So we're just going to start. We're going to go right to left. Oh, the ice cream truck is here. Do you guys have ice cream trucks in Europe? I was always curious about that. Okay, so I'm gonna hit one. I got one more side to do, but I'm going really fast, and this is a very light coat. All right, so I'm gonna show this to you so you can see what we got. Even now you can still see a good amount of chrome on there, but it's very, very light, very light. Okay, I mean you can still see a lot of black through there, and so even though there's definitely a metallic sheen to it, it's very dark. But this is going to give the oh, you do have ice cream trucks. Awesome. That's very cool to know. I did not know that. That's probably where they originated. And then they came over here. So yeah, you want to go real light on that first coat. We're gonna let this dry for about 10 minutes. That's about all. This stuff dries pretty quick. It's not going to be fully dry for a day, but we'll be able to handle it within 15 to 20 minutes. So that's good, and it's helpful to be able to pick stuff up and move it out of the way. We're going to definitely want to have gloves on because you don't want these metal paints are very prone to finger oils. And what's interesting about them, something that I discovered looking at my chest armor, which I'm not wearing right now, but it has actually, um, it's got like this patina on it now. This is, to me, another great argument for not clear coating, because if you clear coat, you're not going to get this. Because the metal paint is exposed to the elements, it is reacting to them and creating a patina, kind of an oxidation. And it's really cool because you can still see the reflectivity there, but you're also getting this natural, oxidation that really helps sell the armor as, aged and worn down. Because I don't have any actual color paint on my chest plate, so there's no paint chips or anything like that. It's just the metal talking, and it looks really cool. you know, I'm gonna probably shoot some video of it so we can really get a good look at it. But it's neat. It's very neat. So we're gonna let this dry for a few minutes, and let's see. We should probably potentially work on maybe this. I'm gonna go ahead and shoot this black. So we're gonna get these guys out of here temporarily. They'll go back in shortly. Let's set them right here. And then this guy we'll put on a can. I got this Bondo can here that I shoot a lot of stuff on. It just works really good. It actually still has Bondo in it. I don't use Bondo. I used Bondo in the beginning, but I don't like having to mix it with a kicker. And it has chemicals in it that are very unhealthy. Uh, one of them being a product called um, methyl ethyl ketone. Very deadly stuff. So I typically stay away from Bondo. I don't like anything where you've got except for epoxy, because that's different. But I don't like the two part. You know what? Let's shoot this stuff. Let's go ahead and shoot this stuff so you guys can see it. I'm gonna just go over this surface real quick. You know what? I'm gonna step out briefly for like 30 seconds and go get a paper towel. So I'll be right back. Stay tuned. I'm gonna disconnect the audio. Okay, I'm back. So I'll show you another thing that I learned. Is that paper towels actually have a very nice abrasive quality. It's very light though. I'd say it'd be very high grit sandpaper. But this is what I use to polish black primer. And I first discovered that you could polish gray primer. Also, you can see the shine that's developing here. But what I'm doing, what I'm using the paper towel for right now, is to take this sort of granular dust that can settle on the surface of your primer as it's drying. And it's very easy to take off because it's really not adhering to the paint very well. Anything that lays down very early in the drying process will usually just get absorbed into the paint and not show up as any kind of thing that's granular. But see, we just basically go over this and it smooths it right out. And there's really nothing in the way of dust. But we're going to go ahead and shoot this lacquer right now, just so you guys can see that. You deal with you deal with the ice cream truck every day. What's going on between you and the ice cream truck driver? Is there some kind of issue? Or is it just noisy? Yeah, that's funny. The way you put that, Jimmy, was funny. I deal with it. I'm dealing with the ice cream guy every day. That's hot. That's awesome. All right. So we're going to be shooting this Rust-Oleum acrylic lacquer. This stuff dries very quick and is, at least from what I've seen so far, has less of a tendency to orange peel. One of the other things that causes orange peel is trying to put down too much paint, you know, in a paint pass. You're better off putting more coats of less paint than fewer coats of too much paint. And there's different schools of thought on that, but that's my personal experience. Less is more. You can always do more coats. Um, you want your coats to be nice and thin and just provide coverage, but you don't have to get full coverage in the first pass. So, oh, you deal with MEK every day. Yeah, it's nasty stuff. I'm sorry that you have to do that. Is that something that you're happy to do, or it's just part of what you do? Okay, here we go. This stuff comes out pretty generously. So in other words, it can be kind of heavy. So with this kind of situation, you're going to want to move your can fast. Because remember, the longer you linger in any one spot, the more likely you're going to have drips. Okay. So especially with a paint like this, where this is a high pressure can of paint, it's pushing a lot of paint out right away. So you got to move fast. You just want to be cruising past, not staying in any one spot. Okay, I'm gonna just leave that right there. Oh, you're a chemist. Okay, well there you go. So am I right? That stuff's pretty toxic, isn't it? Is it bad news, MEK? That's what I was told. So it's a what is it used for? Is it a I have no idea. I'm not I'm not going to try to get all chemically with you because I don't know. I took chemistry in high school. You know, I know what I know what an electron shell is. I know what the periodic table is. I know what ionic compounds are, but I'm not a chemist, and I didn't take organic chemistry, so I don't know anything about any of that. That's probably what you deal with, because I think that uh, ketones are those are all organic compounds. Methyl, um, ethyl, those are different carbon compounds, if I'm not mistaken. Very, yes. Okay, cool. Well, good. See, important safety tip for everyone. Don't Stay away from MEK. Hey, that kind of rhymes. Okay, so you can see already we're seeing a little bit of orange peel, but what's nice about this is this paint flashes off. A lot of that's going to go away. So we're going to look at it after it's dry, and it's going to take a little bit longer to dry than the flat paint does because it's gloss. Gloss just for some reason takes longer to dry. I don't really know why. Um, Although Jimmy could probably tell us, maybe. But it just takes a little bit more time. So you're also going to want to be very, very careful when you pick it up because even though it's dry, the paint will still be soft. It won't have that shell-like quality that it gets when it completely cures out. So it's very possible that you can get fingerprints in your paint. So use gloves. Try not to touch the paint, even if you're handling it. If you're just paranoid, wait a day. Just let it sit for a day, and it'll be fine. So let's see. Where are we at time wise here? We are at 12. Did I say 12:42? It does. I think we're coming up on our first break, guys. I'm waiting for paint to dry anyway. I'm going to paint this one more thing here. And for that, I'm going to have to get something else. Let's see, I think all the fumes are out of that now, mostly. So I got some filtration here. So let's get, I got another Bondo can. That's right. So go ahead and put this on there. And we'll shoot this with the flat black and we'll compare them. Oh, not that kind of chemist. Awesome. Well, respect. You're dealing with cool stuff. Chemistry is very interesting. What's that? It's all right. Yeah, I know just enough science to be dangerous. Not good. So, all right, here we go. So this time I'm going to go a little different. I'm kind of go with the grain. And again, when the paint's coming out fast, you got to move accordingly. I don't know what it is about the flat paint, but it just lays down better. It's a lot less prone to orange peel, and I don't know why, but it's true. The nice thing about it too is that you can polish it out with the paper towel, as I was just showing you. And if you haven't seen the Black Beskar polished primer effect, then stay tuned because we are going to do it. We'll do it on that face shield because I think that face shield is going to be mostly metal. So I'm trying to decide. We got this stuff, this EL wire, which is pretty cool. It was like $10. You can't really see it, but it does glow. So I was thinking about running this into the helmet in some way. I'm not sure yet. We're going to be doing some electronics soon. I bought this kit off of Amazon that's from Elegoo, and it has 30 electronics projects in it. What's really cool about it is that it comes with an Arduino, which is basically a little computer, a little programmable microprocessor. It doesn't have the Nano. Most people are using the Nanos now which are much smaller. They're about the size of a cigarette lighter, like a big lighter. And you can program those for servo motors, stepper motors, light sequences, display screens. There's all kinds of stuff that you can do with the Arduino Nano. But the cool thing about the kit is that if you can program the bigger Arduino, which is about the size of a pack of cigarettes, it's about this big. It's a sponge here. So it's about the size of this sponge, right? So that's what the Arduino Nano looks like. It's about the same size as there's another one called Raspberry Pi. It's made by a different company, but it's a similar device. But anyway, this kit, which was like $36, has 30 projects in it. It comes with something called a breadboard, which is where you can plug in all your different components without having to solder them together or, hardwire a circuit. You can play around and create a circuit with the breadboard to test it out to make sure it works right. And then once it does, then you can commit it to a circuit board. And so we'll be getting into how you get that. Apparently, there's companies that you can access online that have tools online where you can design the circuit board, and then they'll actually print it for you, create it for you, and then ship it back to you, and then you can solder all your components on. So we'll be learning how to solder. We'll be learning about all the different electronic components and how they work, what they do, and we're going to learn together, which is going to be great. So, because I don't know, I know very, very little about electronics, but I know enough to know I can learn the rest. So, a friend of mine who is really into electronics once told me that it's very similar to plumbing. So, I don't know anything about plumbing either. So, that wasn't very helpful. But yeah, we're going to get into that. And so, we're going to learn how to do um, our first project. I'm actually going to create a project for us, but our first project is going to be doing a motor for your rangefinder with a Bluetooth or um, RF controller on your Gauntlet. Okay, so that's going to be our first advanced project. We'll probably do a simple one first just to kind of get our feet wet with it. But I think I always learn faster when I'm doing something that I want to do. Cool. Yeah, me too. I'm very excited about it as well, Jimmy. So that's great. Yeah, it's gonna be fun. I think the electronics is definitely going to be a high value addition to our group here, and definitely something that all of us are going to probably want to be able to sink our teeth into, because electronics, those are the things that really make the kit come alive. And if you got screens, data screens on your Gauntlet, and you've got the lights in your rangefinder, your rangefinder moves, and you got the cool display in the chest or something similar, maybe something totally custom. Um, that's just awesome, and if you can do it yourself, then why not? I mean, I think for some of the heavier stuff where you've got programmed screens and stuff, we probably will be able to do that, because I've bought a few of those now and I've seen how they're put together, and I know where you get the little OLED screens. Alibaba has them. You can buy. They're like $1 each. I mean, they're so cheap, it's ridiculous. So it's like, yeah, you got to just do this stuff ourselves. But yeah, we're gonna get into that very, very soon. As soon as I finish I've got 2 more videos to do before we start electronics, but we may start electronics on a live stream. So we'll just do a special thing where it's like, hey, we're gonna dip our toes into electronics this week for this half day. And so if you want to participate, these are the basic tools you're going to need. Nothing super elaborate, but if you're serious about it, then you're not going to feel bad about spending the money on a good, decent quality soldering iron. Not a super high end one, just a good starter one that has controllable temperature and stuff like that. So you know and all the materials, I'm going to strongly recommend that you get the kit that I got, because it has so many um, components in it that are just awesome. They're not just electronics parts. It does come with like LEDs and resistors and transistors and all this other stuff, wire jumpers and jumper cables, and not the kind that you start your car with, but for connecting electronics. And then but it's got like the breadboard, and it has the Arduino, so we'll be able to program things and put circuits together without having to hardwire them with solder. And so I think that's going to be very, very cool. And then we will learn how to solder. We're going to be practicing that, because that's definitely, from everything that I've seen looking into it and prepping for this, soldering is not hard, but it takes some practice to get good at it. So it's kind of like welding, but fortunately, you don't have a super bright light that's going to burn your retinas out to deal with. So soldering is much more ocular friendly. So, so anyway, All right, guys, I'm going to take a short break and I will be back in about 15 minutes, probably less, but let's just say 15 minutes. I'm going to get a couple of things onto the computer here that I can show you. I want to show you the parade I was in yesterday. And also, I'm going to be getting um, be showing off your gift for this month, your free file. So hang in there. If you got to go, just say goodbye and we'll see you next time. But I am going to be on till 4. So if you can come back, great. If you can't, thank you so much for being here. I will be back very, very soon. So stay tuned. I'll be right back, guys. Sorry about that. I forgot to turn the audio back on. Just the click of a button. So anyway, let me recap what I just did. My apologies. Thank you, Jimmy. Appreciate that. All right, so we were looking at this guy first, and I was commenting on the quality of the surface. And while this is flat paint, there is no texture here that in any way resembles the surface of an orange. Okay, so that's great. That's what we want. We want it nice and smooth. And we're gonna do some work with this here because we're within the first hour of painting it, which is exactly when we want to try and buff it out. Now this, on the other hand, does not look bad, but you can see in the reflection of the light, you can see a texture. You can just it's kind of granular. It's kind of like diffusion. Okay, but that's very nice. Here you can really see it. I don't know why it's so much more orange peely right here. Maybe the paint didn't go down as heavy, or maybe it went down too heavy. I don't know. So, I mean, overall though, this doesn't look bad. It really doesn't. But it's a different look. There's already a lot of reflectivity here. If you put graphite over this, it's going to look incredible. We're not going to want to do that yet because it's got to dry. And this stuff definitely takes longer to dry. It's still, well, actually, no, you can touch it. Amazing. So yeah, it's definitely rougher right here and right here. So I don't know what that's about. I could try buffing that out. I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, that's what the Rust-Oleum acrylic lacquer looks like. And it's actually pretty nice, I have to say. But let's look at, so what I'm trying to show is that you got options. And a lot of it just depends on, what you're going for in terms of the look. So we're going to take this. This has been drying for about 20 minutes, I guess. Maybe not even that much. We just take our paper towel, which actually has abrasive qualities, and I'm going to buff this out, okay? And you can see that we are getting some reflectivity now, but it has a different character to it than the gloss paint. It's really hard. I don't know how to phrase it. It's just easier just to show it. I could probably have let this paint dry just a little bit longer because I am feeling a little bit of tackiness in some places. So maybe we'll do that. But, this is what you can do with a paper towel on this stuff. Now for my black Beskar that I like to make, after this I've gone and done the polishing, I will hit it with graphite, and I want to do it before the paint fully cures because the graphite kind of adheres to the paint better. And then you just buff it out again with the paper towel, and it looks amazing. So we'll just leave that for now. So I'm going to show you guys something fun. Let's go over here. Let me bring up my browser window real quick. Do I already have one open? Oh, I do. Let's close this one. And we'll open up this one. And we'll switch this to let's grab this link. I think this is it. Nope, that's not it. Sometimes copying links in Discord is, let's just copy the text. I have to log in. It's not going to let me play it. Darn it. I thought I had my Facebook login here. Okay, well, never mind. I was going to show you guys something cool. Me and the Pueblo parade, but we'll get back to business here. All right, we're going to put some more chrome on here because you see we just did this mist pass, and we can handle these parts now. But you can see they're very lightly coated with the chrome paint. But this will definitely inhibit any cracking now or crinkling. Because we're going to spray heavier now. We're going to spray more paint this time. So we wanted to basically create a surface or a foundation for the heavier layer to attach to. So let's go ahead and get some paint shaken. Do I have, oh, I had a can already open. Oops, sorry about that. I got to stop hitting the camera. Sorry about that. Yeah. All right. Okay, that should be good. A note. So, like, once you've shaken this the first time, for a good minute or two, when you go back to use it again, and it hasn't been very long, maybe half hour, an hour, you don't have to shake it quite as much, but you can. So it's not going to hurt anything if you do. But if you don't want to shake it for a whole minute, you can. You don't have to. All right, so we're going to go ahead and we're going to go a little slower with our pass this time. Oh yeah, you guys can see. What's cool about this stuff is when you first put it down, it looks kind of murky, but as it dries, it really starts to develop some nice reflectivity. I think this can's about to run out. But it had more in there than it did. As you can see, we're definitely laying more paint down this time than we did, and we're going a little slower with our pass. We're keeping it nice and even. And we'll do one more in this direction just to make sure we got everything. Okay. Yeah. I'm going to pull this plate out. So that's what it looks like when you first, oh, you know what? I'm going to do it just a quick shot over the top. Sometimes when you're at the end of the can, you kind of got to just hold it down, and you want to get all the paint out of there, That can is pretty much dead. So let's have a look at what we got here. This is a good way too to determine whether your paint's dry. Like right now, it's like, I'm touching that. I should definitely have gloves on, so wear gloves. Let's turn me off here for a second because I don't need to be in the shot. Not right now. Okay. So this is what it looks like when you first shoot it. It looks kind of murky, doesn't look that great, but as it dries, it will start to develop a lot more reflectivity. So you just got to be patient with it. Your patience will be rewarded. All right, so where are we at now? There's something else I was going to work on. I want to do something with this. I'm trying to think of what I've got that I could play around with this on. Let's see. I thought I had something that was already painted. All right. You know what? I do have something. It's just gonna be for experiment purposes. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. So I got this Mythosaur pauldron that I was doing some tests with this stuff. This Pearl X powder. You can get these at Michael's. Ryan Nitez got some really nice results with them. So what we've got here is a comparison between this is the Pearl X and I think this is graphite. And I shot the uh, gloss black acrylic lacquer on this. So this is a comparison. It's very subtle. I wasn't able to get the punch that he got. He got really a nice look that I'm not quite, actually this might be the graphite side. I think this is the Pearl X side. It's very kind of plasticky looking. So I wasn't really that crazy about it. It's not something I'm going to use, but I might use it here and there, but it's not something that's going to be a mainstay for me. Pearl X. I like it, but I'm not super impressed with it, at least for my purposes. But what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and we'll put some color on this thing. I'm trying to think if I got some orange paint here, but it's not Montana cane. So we're gonna do some work with this stuff first. I don't think you need to shake this. I think we will anyway, just for fun. Everything always tells you to shake well. Shake well before using. So we'll shake it. If it doesn't need to be shaken, then we're probably not going to hurt it. So I don't think this is a liquid latex either. It says liquid mask, but I don't think it's latex. I think it's definitely got a different character to it than latex does. And I'm not a big fan of liquid latex personally, but um, I think this stuff is water soluble, which is nice because your paint is not water soluble. So if you want to run this thing under a faucet or clean it with water, in a bucket or something, you'll be able to do that. This should dissolve. It should. So I'm pretty sure it's clean up with water. So yeah, we're gonna crack it open, and I'm trying to think of how I want to chip this. So we're definitely gonna have some edge wear, but it's so easy to go overboard with the paint chips. I mean, it happens to me all the time. So this is not something that I'm saying I'm like a pro at. I'm just aware of it. I'm aware of how easy it is to go overboard with paint chips, especially when you're using, a masking compound like this. So usually I'll use abrasive tools to create paint chips, but I've got several different methods that I like to use. So I'm going to go ahead and use this little tiny brush right here. I think I have another one. Yeah, this one's even better. It's got some nice pliability. So I'm going to go ahead and focus on the edges first. And we'll give this stuff a try. And you're definitely going to want to be doing a less is more kind of thing. I need glasses. So I got these cool little things. These are called thin optics, okay? And I can wear these inside my helmet. They're kind of cool. They're just readers, but they just go right up on your nose bridge, and they kind of clip to your nose, sort of. It's hard to get the helmet back on though without them repositioning. Once I get past the cheeks on the helmet though, it's definitely an improvement. Okay, now I can see better. All right, that's good. I just bumped the camera again. Sorry about that. So we're going to just go in and just kind of lay some of this stuff down on the edge. Corners always take a lot of take a lot of heat. But that's a lot. We'll move away from that. So I think we'll be focusing on edges and high spots. We'll put a few random chips on the interior. As I'm holding the brush up, this stuff is kind of running down, so I'm going to just grab this this blob. Um, yeah. So your first layer of chips, a lot of people really like the effect where you can see a different color layer of paint underneath. So you do your first chips as small as possible, right? Then you come back after you've painted. You don't pull this stuff off. What you're going to do is we're going to just go back over it again and go just a little bit bigger. Most of your wear is going to be on all the leading edges. So just a side note, if you guys don't know already, I don't know if anybody here is looking to get into the MMCC. I've been looking at their CRLs, which are basically their criteria for getting approved. Okay, and they got a lot of them. But one of them is about weathering and damage. They want your weathering, like, whatever, however I do this pauldron, I need to do the same thing on every other piece of armor, which to me makes absolutely no sense because some areas of your kit are going to be much more prone to damage. Typically, anything that's attached to a part of your body that's moving. So your legs, your arms, hand plates, chest plate probably isn't going to be super heavily damaged unless you're, shielding your friends from blasts and debris. Um, but there will be some, obviously. But should it look exactly the same as it does on your gauntlet? I don't know. I don't know. Personally, I say no, but that's me. I'm not the MMCC, but you should be aware of it. I would definitely, if you are planning on going in the MMCC, really study their CRLs before you start building your kit. They're still going to probably make you jump through some hoops. I have determined that the whole process of getting into the MMCC is very similar to a hazing ritual. This builds a lot of camaraderie when you get through it. It's kind of like boot camp in the military. They put you through hell, but then you have this, because you made it out the other side and you've got comrades who made it too. There's this camaraderie there. So I think the whole kit approval thing has a lot to do with that. And that's just my personal take on it. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I totally get it. Yes, they do have a lot of regulations. Yes. Well, that's good that you're looking at them now, Jimmy, while you're doing your kit, because it's going to save you a lot of headache on the back end. They're still going to probably ding you for stuff for exactly the reason that I'm giving right now. Not because really I think the reason they have so many is that they're guaranteed to get you on something, um, you know, and they will, because I really believe that it's a hazing ritual. But if you make it through, you're going to definitely feel a very strong sense of, um, for lack of a better word, kinship, I guess, brothers in arms. And yeah, and that's cool. I totally get that. I do. And I don't think that's a bad thing. It's just something that you should be aware of. So definitely before you go and do stuff like this is why my character concepting thing I think is so important, because you can figure out a lot of your stuff in front of your computer on a drawing program, you know, and answer most of your questions like what color paints am I going to use? How much do I want to weather this thing? How do I want the weathering to look? Um, so those kind of questions can all be answered. And I'm hoping you guys can see what I'm doing. You can save yourself a lot of headaches. Plus, if you do what you're doing, Jimmy, and study the CRLs, um, it's going to be a lot easier for you to pass. They probably will haze you a little bit because I think they're supposed to, but that's okay. Just don't be demoralized if they send back a bunch of notes. They are definitely the hardest group to get into, but I have to say, the members that I saw at CosCon, for the most part, looked awesome. They looked like they stepped off the set of the TV show or off a movie set. Their their armor and presentation is totally legit and looks great. So I think and you can learn a lot. You're going to learn a lot about how to make something that looks really professional. So it's not a bad thing. Just it's definitely can be an ego crusher. So if you don't have an ego, you'll be fine. Or if you know how to handle your ego, you'll be fine. But some people are very sensitive, and it can be hard to get through it. But if you persevere, it will be good. Now, I haven't joined the MMCC for several reasons, and they're all personal. And I'm going to keep them to myself. Some of you may know them already. But, I don't want to badmouth the organization anyway. I do think that they're a great group. They do fantastic work, and I think that their strictness, it definitely has a positive benefit behind it. Now, the group that I'm in, which is the morale missions, is much more accessible for people who are new to cosplay and new to creating armor or costumes of any kind. Plus, they are, um, you know, you can be anything in Star Wars, and you can be in the morale missions. So I think that's really cool. I'm going to just hit these high spots here. I wish this stuff didn't, I mean, I can kind of see where I've put it, but it's not easy to see. Now, one of the things that I'm going to tell you about doing your paint chips this way is you're better off doing dots and not trying to do long lines. And I'll tell you why. All you need to do to get the long lines is to start with the dot. So once you have a chip down, you're going to want to go back in. We're going to do this. You're going to want to go back in around the edges. Um, you're going to want to go back in around the edges too with some kind of a tool or even your fingernail. And you can actually, chip up those edges a little bit more beyond what the latex or whatever this masking compound is. Okay, so try to get this to where it's a little more visible. I don't know how much of this you can see. Maybe I just need to pick it up and hold it up in front of the camera a little better. My stupid hand is in the way. Weathering soft parts to match your plates. Yes, I'm getting a lot of help from. Does that say B50 Armor Works? And they have been very helpful with the whole process. Oh, cool. Nice. That's very cool. Would you put a link for that in the chat? Because I'd actually like to know more about that, if you don't mind. I think I'm having a hard time reading it. I think it says B50. B50 Armor Works. I think that's what it says. Do I have that right? I can't tell if it's a B or if it's an 8. Is it an 850 or a B50? I want to say it's B50. That's where my hunch is. All right, I think we're getting close to the point of doing too much. So this does have kind of a latexy quality to it. It's definitely some sort of a rubbery compound in here. So right now I'm just trying to hit the high spots. The spots that would be most likely to come into contact with hard surfaces that could remove paint. And I'm just basically, I want to create ways that I can further exploit the chipping. Because I think we can go back in here with some mechanical processes after the fact. And make these chips look more natural, and we can get some scratches in there. Scratches definitely help this. So I would say we're probably going to have a fairly heavy level of wear on this plate. I'm trying to think of what color I want to paint it. All right, we're going to get some along this edge here. It's so easy to just do too much of this, especially because it becomes very difficult to see. I mean, you can see sort of where it's sort of gotten darker where I've put the mask, but it's not easy to see. So if you get a big blob like that, just draw it out and, along a surface. That should be good. Okay, I don't think I'm going to do any more than that. I think that's almost too much, but we'll see. So we're going to just leave that. Close this back up so it doesn't dry up on us. He's a local prop shop in Pensacola. Oh, 850. Oh, nice. Wow, that's cool. A prop shop in Pensacola. That's awesome. That's kind of rare. I don't know. I mean, there's prop shops and obviously plenty in, the LA area, but in Pensacola, no kidding. Wow, that's very cool. Well, I would love to see if you could share some pics of, what you got going on. I'd love to see. And I'm sure everybody else would. I mean, if you want to post something in the, general announcements or in painting or weathering, we've got several categories over on the left side of the page that you could post under, but you could also just post in the general announcements section. I can always go and move your post into a more relevant area if you need to. But yeah, I would love to see what you're working on. That it sounds really cool. So yeah, if you feel inclined to share, we are inclined to happily receive your share. So keep that in mind. All right, let's see how our Chrome is doing. It is mostly dry. And that's almost good enough, but I think I'm going to bring this up a little bit. So we're going to bring the shine up a little bit. And what we're going to do here is also going to help us manually chip this a little better. We're going to hit this with some graphite. Now, normally I like to use 4-0 steel wool at this point. It imparts some beautiful little scratches into it, and that material is equivalent to about anywhere from 400 to 800 grit sandpaper. Opinions vary. Some people say it's only 320. I disagree, but it doesn't it doesn't treat the surface exactly the same way that sandpaper does. It imparts a finish that is very unique and quite pleasing. So I think you'd be surprised. All right, let's get my graphite. Where's my graphite? Did I move it? I think I moved it. I must have moved it. It's not there. Okay, graphite, where are you? It should be right up there. Hello, graphite. Hello, graphite. Hmm. Okay. Oh, here it is. It's like right in front of my face. Okay. Now we're going to put some gloves on because this stuff is, it's pretty inert. So I don't think, it's just, small particulate. What did I do with my glove? I just don't have enough work area. I need like, oh, that was something that's hopefully dry. Yes. Okay. Oh, we're good. I think this thing needs more sanding. That blast shield. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. Okay. Let's get some gloves on. Why do you want to repaint everything, Tom? Your painting should be fine. What's going on? Well, the nice thing about paint is you can always repaint. It's not really that big a deal, but you probably don't need to repaint. It's if you're happy with what you've got and you think it looks good, I gotta stop bumping that. I'm so sorry. Okay, so we're gonna just rub some of this in. And because we didn't really go crazy on prepping this surface to be super smooth, we're going to get a nice luster out of it, and it's definitely going to look metallic, but it's not going to be like mirror finish. To get the mirror finish, you really got to get the smoothness as high as possible. And the only way to do that is with increasingly finer grits of sandpaper. All right. Well, Tom, I'm glad at least you're finding it inspirational. So that's good. I'm doing my job, but your paint probably looks really good. So we're going to use a little bit of pressure here to kind of help buff this out, because at this point I feel like the graphite is actually working as a polishing compound. Some of it does go into the paint, but we end up taking off probably 99% of it. But it does seem to have an impact on the metal look. But like I said, this is not going to be a mirror finish because it's still fairly, I would say, I wouldn't call it rough, but it's definitely not smooth. But I intended to paint this. So it's going to have a whole layer of paint over it. And therefore, it really doesn't need to be, you know, too crazy. This doesn't look bad. I mean, it actually looks pretty good. Let's put some graphite on it. Sorry about that. I am so sorry. I'm going to move over. Sorry about that. You guys are awesome putting up with my shenanigans. I'm surprised Sven isn't here. He usually gets on these live streams. Of course, he just did a con, so he might be recovering from that. Do you have any cons coming up, Tom, in your area? You're in Belgium, right? If I remember correctly. You guys must have cons there. Everybody's got cons, and we're kind of still in con season right now. Although they're kind of everywhere. I mean, there's obviously the big ones, but I'm really surprised at how many little small ones there are that just kind of pop up out of nowhere. Oh, Jimmy. The fumes are getting it. Well, hopefully, they could be, they could be getting to you. You need a ventilated hood. As a chemist, I would think you'd have one of those, but that's probably at work, right? I would really like to have one in my shop. I think they're awesome. Okay, that's coming up pretty nice. And again, this is all going to get painted. So this is more about there's two things going on here. We are leaving a little bit of a graphite residue, and graphite is used as a dry lubricant frequently in the locksmithing industry. It also works great in other dry lubrication situations. Any place where you want something to move, but you don't want to use grease or oil of some kind. It's a little easier to deal with in terms of cleaning, but it is very fine. So there's that. But we are imparting a slight, tiny residue on here that will make the paint a little easier to chip later on. And we will be using that liquid mask on here. This stuff is probably pretty close to dry. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go ahead and put this back. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and step away for just a moment and go pick out a color that we can shoot this with, preferably something, I think I'm going to get something like close to that because I think that's going to look really neat underneath it. So yeah, we're going to get some kind of a teal color or a blue color because I think it'll look really cool with that copper. And then we're going to shoot it, and then we have around 2 to 4 cons in Belgium. I'll go in November, making my cosplay for one day. Hey, but that's going to be an epic day, Tom. If you get it all done and you're happy with it, you're going to have a blast. And if you can go with friends, then it's even better. So yeah, enjoy. You'll love it. You'll enjoy it. And didn't you say there was two? You have 2 to 4. Oh, so you're just going to go to one, huh? You should go to all four of them if you can. I'm sure that's easier said than done. I wish that I could go to all of them, but you can only do what you can do. So anyway, I'm going to go get the paint. We're going to shoot this. The Montana cans dries really quick, and we'll be able to start pulling off this masking here within 10 minutes. I'm also going to get a tub of water because I think it's going to wash off. It might just roll off. We're going to try that first, but sometimes washing it off works better. So we may shoot a coat of paint and then make all these bigger and then shoot a different color. So let me think about that. We're going to start with the first one first. So we'll go get that. I'm going to move all this stuff out of the way so we can get some paint in there. So we'll put this over here. Maybe not right there. Let's see. Where's a good place to put this? Right here. That's a good place. Let's move this back on top of a paint can. Let's move this right here, and we can put this right here too. Just pile it all up. I don't have a very big workspace here, so it gets a little crazy sometimes. All right, I'm going to go grab this paint, and I will return. Okay, I have selected this color, which is a 6260, I think, Montana cans. I can't remember what the name of it is, but I really like these blue colors, these teal colors. Let's go ahead and come back into the shot. So I'm going to clean up this nozzle a little bit first because it's actually quite um, gunky. Oh, no, that's not what I wanted to do. Okay. Let's see if we can get this paint off without spraying ourselves. You know what? I'm going to take the cap off because it comes off. You can change these caps out, you know. You can actually buy different caps that change the release pressure when the paint comes out, and also change the spray patterns. So they have black ones, white ones, gold, green, and they all do different things. And you can buy sets of them. You want to try them out. They're not very expensive, but they're kind of cool to have. And especially when this happens, you know, you can just swap out the cap with a new one. Normally, I should be cleaning. I'm going to clean this with acetone after I get this initial layer off. But I didn't want to. I have a brand new can of this, and I didn't want to open it up for this because I want to use this. I want to use this can up. Hopefully, what I'm doing here isn't going to negatively impact the nozzle. I guess we'll find out, right? Okay, I'm going to get my acetone down, which is right there. Oop. That was probably, well, no, you probably didn't even hear that, actually. I have good, decent noise reduction filters in my OBS program. So hopefully all that banging didn't come through. You're just gonna, you just need to clean the circular part. I just want to make sure I'm not pushing paint into that spray hole there. But that should be good. These guys actually make a spray can of acetone. So you can just put your paint cap on and spray it clean with acetone, which is pretty cool. Acetone is crazy stuff. All right, let's put this cap back on carefully. Let's move all this stuff out of the way because I don't want to paint this blue. I'll move this over here next to the other set. Move that forward just a little bit. Oh, you heard it? Sorry about that. I hope it wasn't too loud. I'm just going to push this on, and we'll do a quick test spray. And let's go ahead and shoot some blue on here. Let's get our Bondo can back in business. And we're just gonna paint the whole thing, and then we're gonna chip it. We're gonna take the chipping off. Maybe I might go ahead and do another pass and do some bigger chips. We'll do a combination of like leaving some of them alone and then making some bigger ones. Now this stuff's really cool because it comes out in a very fine mist, and it comes out in a lower pressure than most spray paints. It doesn't seem like it, but it actually is pretty low pressure. We're going to have to probably do a couple of coats before we are going to have a solid coat on there. So we're going to leave that. We're going to just let that dry. And we're going to talk about something else. Old Republic Mandalorian also have an interesting armor design. Oh, yeah, I know. I've seen some of the Old Republic Mandos, Tom, and they are very cool. I was thinking about doing some. I'm a little miffed, though, because my tech spec helmet I was really hoping would get approved by the Mercs, but they said that it didn't look Mandalorian enough. But then I'm thinking about Shae Vizsla, who's a character from the Old Republic, and her helmet looks more like a Titanfall helmet than it does a Mandalorian helmet. And yet that one's okay. So I don't know. I don't make up the rules. I just have to try to work with them. So I wish they would approve it. I'm wondering if maybe I wrote them a letter and said, hey, how come this is okay, but this isn't? Maybe they might change their minds. You know, doesn't hurt to try. So, okay, so that stuff's drying, or yeah, it's still drying. That's drying. This is going to be ready to go in just probably another minute. We'll be able to shoot another coat of paint on it. So we'll just jibber jabber for a minute while we're waiting for that. And let's see what else we got here. Got some other parts that got to get primered. Oh yeah. Okay, so let's see here. Um, what other parts do I have? Yeah, this is done. There's not a whole lot you can do with this. This is a situation, because it's so delicate and it has such fine detail on it, you're not really going to want to sand this. Not with anything abrasive. You'll probably want to do the edges, but this is very delicate. It's a very delicate piece. I used to resin print these. I'm really glad that I don't anymore. For one thing, I'm kind of allergic to resin. So yeah, I was having really bad problems with itching and even being careful wearing gloves and stuff. Um, and washing off with alcohol or water if I got any on me. It just it I would react to it in very bad ways. So getting skin rashes and constant itching. So I kind of abandoned resin. But the FDM prints of these are coming out quite nice, and they're a lot stronger. But you really can't sand. So the good news is, though, is that a good high quality filler primer like this that has a high build is going to take care of, any potential layer lines that are in there. You can go into these holes individually with a small file, with a round file like this. That's not a round file. That's not a round file. I have a round file. Here's one. Okay. You could even use one with an edge on it. I keep breaking the tips off my files, but yeah, you can go in here and just kind of, clean out these holes a little bit if you want to. You could sand the back, and because a lot of the schnarf in here is from just little strings and what's its that are just artifacts of the extrusion process. A lot of them are on the back, so you can hit those with sandpaper, or you could use a. Do I have my torch here? Yep, I got my little torch. Highly recommend getting a little torch of some kind. This is just a butane cigarette lighting torch, but it's got a good jet of flame. You can also find these cool torches for like cooking, for like making like creme brulee or something. Um, Acetone is a ketone like MEK. Yes, I know. Yeah, it's not good stuff, but I appreciate you letting me know that. I did not know it was a ketone. I just knew it wasn't very good for you. Um, yeah, you got to wear the mask with the cartridges that filter out this kind of mask, the one that I'm not wearing right now, like this. You want to wear one of these with anything that makes fumes. The other mask, this mask, is fine for dust. This mask here. This one's fine for dust, like if you're doing fine sanding or sanding off your putty, your red putty or your silver putty. This is fine. If you're working with stuff that's making fumes, you're going to want to go with this. Okay. Schnarf is a technical term. Yes. It's like snafu or foobar. Highly technical. Like what's its? That's a technical term. Like greeble. I mean, that's how greebles came about. Or nurnies. That's another word for greebles. Is nurnies. Nurnies. I always like the word nurnies better than greeble. But I like greeble too. They're fun. They're fun to say. All right. So I was going to see the. Oh yeah, I got my paint cleaned out. I think the acetone got me there for a second because I had a little bit of wow, that just totally clogged up. Might have to get the acetone out again. The one thing about this paint is it does tend to chew up these nozzles a little bit. It just kind of gunks up for some reason. I don't know. It doesn't do it on all the time, but maybe it's just the nature of the nozzles. But we're going to go ahead and shoot another layer on here now. It's not as bad as MEK in my opinion, but it can still burn your lungs. Yeah, I think if you're breathing a lot of it, sure. Typically, I like to use it in extremely well ventilated areas, like basically my yard with a breeze blowing, and I'm standing like 2 feet away. But that's not always possible. So generally, if I'm going to be doing a very quick application with acetone and I'm not wearing that filter mask, I'll just hold my breath or I'll turn my head. Just don't breathe it. The nice thing about acetone is it dissipates very quickly, and it's almost untraceable when it's done. That's why a lot of people in the car business in California still use it because you can't really detect it. I used to work in the car business for a while, so I kind of know some of these things. But see, that's the other thing about these nozzles, that sometimes they can stay in the down position. This is coming out nice though. So now we're going to go a little heavier. It's interesting. I'm still seeing a lot of that metallic shine coming through. Oh, it's not really metallic to me. It's more plastic looking, but you know what I'm saying. Yeah, see, that looks very speckly for some reason. I'm going to have to let this dry. Okay, that's enough of that. Where's the cap? Oh, that's right. These don't have caps. Okay, so we're going to set that aside. And what we'll do now is we'll take some of this off after this dries, and we'll leave some of the bigger areas. We'll go back over them a second time with more of the masking material, expanding the area around it just a little bit, and then we'll go over it again with another color of paint. Something, either a lighter version of this color or a darker version. I think that's the darkest version, so we'll have to go with the light version. So that'll actually be our top coat, and we'll have the darker underneath. So that's definitely something too you want to think about. If you're gonna layer colors, decide if you want your brightest one on top or your darkest one on top. So when you remove the masking, you'll be able to control what you see underneath the mask. What's up? Okay. So yes, I'm talking again. She can't. It's boring for me to watch. What's that? Oh, I know. It's okay because I'm trying to show what's happening here. It's more about this and less about me. So I'm trying to think of what I need to do. This needs to get painted. These guys probably have enough silver on them now. We'll probably go ahead and do some more graphite on these. Actually, no, I think what I want to do now is I'm going to paint this helmet. Let's get this helmet into black. We're going to shoot flat black. So let's get this out. Ooh, that's interesting. Might need another coat of paint on that one. But then again, if we're going to put a coat on top of it, it's probably okay right now. All right, so I need another Bondo can. Actually, I need more than one Bondo can. This is probably, oh yeah, see, this paint dries so quick. And what we'll do here is, oh yeah, see, we're already taking off the latex. So you can see what it's looking like. But yeah, this paint came out real speckly for some reason. And I think it's just because of the metal underneath. So you probably need a couple more coats. It's also probably that cap. I don't think that cap is letting paint out correctly. So we're not going to go take too much stuff off here. But it does come off really easy. So yeah, I'm just rubbing and it's taking the mask off. But see, now if we want to make this look more realistic, then we're going to want to get something. I like to use some stuff that has what's called knurling on it, you know, this kind of grippy metal surface. This stuff's great for just going in and just, you know, it will take the paint off. Also, you can use this dental tool to like put scratches in. But the fingers work really good, and so does the back of an X-Acto knife. At least sometimes it does. This is the very first time I've sprayed this paint on top of this glossy stuff. Okay, that's not looking very good, is it? Normally I just use my fingernail. Let's see what happens there. More control. Let's try that. This paint may not be dry enough yet too. It's really got to be, it's got to be really dry. But there we can see kind of what, you know, we're getting with the, I'm going to take some of this off, but not all of it. Because we're going to go back around it now with the mask, and we're going to get a different paint on here. But I really want to kind of buff this out a little bit. It's very rough looking. I don't think there's any masking material here. You can see we are taking paint off. Dust, paint dust. And that's getting some of the luster back into the paint. I'm trying not to take off the masking. But now this pauldron here is more of a test bed for processes. I've done a couple of different processes on now using the trying out the Pearl X and comparing it with graphite. Also, half of this was sprayed with flat black. The other half was sprayed with the lacquer. So we're trying out, you know, different finishes, different products to see what kind of results we get. So I'm going to get a fresh can of this paint. I'm going to let it dry just a little bit longer. We're going to have to go back over these areas with the mask because we don't want them to get covered up with paint. So that's another reason not to take your masking off if you're going to put a second color. So we'll just, but it's cool because we can just go back over this, but we'll do it bigger than what we've got. And we don't have to hit it exactly. We just got to follow the areas. But right now what we can do, well, actually, you know what? I just realized we do want to take all this masking off because we need to see where we need to put it. And I think if we don't do this, we're not going to see the effect that I'm trying to achieve here. Now, fortunately, As I have mentioned many times, we're making armor, so it's okay if things are not totally perfect, as long as they look good and they're believable. You know, that's the main thing. So this is coming off pretty easy with this paper towel. And yeah, I think this stuff is good. I'd say it's definitely on par with liquid latex. I don't think it's, I wouldn't say it's better. It doesn't really seem to be any different. In fact, maybe it's just Vallejo's own version of liquid latex, and they just can't call it that. So they're calling it liquid mask. So who knows? Anything's possible. It seems to function very, very similar to liquid latex. Seems to be very similar. Sometimes you have to get these little areas with your fingernail or with something else because they don't want to come off. But yeah, this is it's coming off. Yeah, let's get some more of that liquid mask on, and then we're going to shoot this with a different color. Let's get my brush back. Cool. All right, and then the liquid mask is right here. That's not the liquid mask. Okay. This is probably shaken enough. Oh yeah, see, look, that's a total liquid latex thing that just happened right there. So yeah, this is just Vallejo's own brand of liquid latex. Throw that out. Don't need that blob of whatever. Okay. All right. So what we're going to do now is we're going to go around these areas that we've already chipped out. So this is going to be pretty heavily chipped, and this is a great example of how easy it is to go overboard. I think this is too much. One of the problems that I have with this technique is how blobby everything looks. Even if we're trying to do small sections, it looks, it doesn't look like, something hit it. It just looks like a blob of paint came off. To me, the chips should look like they're a product of some kind of abrasive action, whether it's, dirt from an explosion, or, you got knocked over and fell on the ground and, smacked your piece of armor on a rock. To me, it should look like that. This, it looks cool, but it's never felt convincing to me. But we're going to go with it anyway because it's very popular. And what we're going to do is we're going to go around. We're going to go around the edges, and we don't have to be perfect, okay? If you don't get the edge perfect, it doesn't matter. It's still going to look cool. You just want to make sure you're going past it, and you might want to create, some variations in it. See, my wife should have been videoing this, where I'm like actually talking and doing something at the same time. But she walked away. So yeah, we'll do this. And we just want it to go a little bigger. Now see, the other reason why it's good that we took the first latex pass off is because it's making it very easy to see where we need to apply more latex. Is this showing up? I'm going to try to go like this so maybe you guys can see. I think liquid latex is probably water soluble also. So we'll add a few little extra. You can always add more chips around the area that you're expanding. And you can also do it where, it's like we're going to fill back in some of these areas. So it's like you don't get total full coverage over the spot. That is actually kind of cool. This creates variation. I don't know if you want to have too much variation though. You just don't want your chips to look, uniform. But again, see, it's just so easy to do too much. So we may actually not do so many. I think the ones on the edge are effective, and then the front. I think where I'm really having a problem with it is maybe the mythosaur. I feel like the mythosaur should almost be completely bare, but then it would look weird. So, we'll probably fill some of this back in and maybe not have so much wear and tear happening. Oh, this is the other problem with this stuff. It's like you kind of got to wipe it off after a minute or two because it starts to gunk up on your brush. The nice thing is it just rolls right off your brush, so it's pretty cool. That's good. I should probably have some water here, but I haven't needed it yet, so I'm gonna not use it. Okay. Okay. All right. I wonder what color I should do on the top of this. So at this point also, if you were going to say do the trim in a different color, you would want to probably um, get your tape down around it and do this part first, and then do the middle part, or vice versa. Do it the opposite way. Hoping you guys can see this. If I haven't said it already, I really appreciate you guys joining in the stream today. I think next week, we're going to do this on Discord. So if you don't have Discord, we should probably put this to a vote. There's another one too called Gilded. I have it. I haven't really used it, but it's exactly like Discord. So some people prefer it though. I'm fine with Discord. If you guys have Discord, that's great. I am going to set up a server so we can all meet up and we can have a stream, and you guys can share your screens if you want, and you can chat like with your voice. So yeah, that's something we're going to do. I think I already went over this, but no, I did that side. That's right. So I got to do the leading edge here. Oh, maybe I did do that already. That was a big gummy bear. Oh yeah. Um, it's funny you say that, Jimmy, because toothpaste is what I normally use. I'm doing this specifically for Sven. Sven turned me onto this product, and I told him that I would definitely try it out, and I would either do it on a live stream or I would make a video using it and trying it out. I personally prefer toothpaste. I think it works great. It's easy to use. There's also a technique called the salt technique where you put salt down and then you spray and then you just wipe the salt off and it leaves this really cool, almost like oxidized paint effect. I'm probably going to be using that on my gunny armor because that's going to be very heavily worn. Lots and lots of aging and wear on that armor. All right, so let's come in here through this guy. And yeah, I think we're gonna paint over a lot of the stuff on the interior. I just feel like that's too much. And I'm wondering, I don't know if this is too uniform because we're gonna come back in with like other things to enhance the wear and tear after the second coat of paint dries. I don't just do chips. I do, one of the things I like to do is I'll spray either a dark tone or a light tone and then go over it with the opposite. Sometimes I'll even use three different tones in a sort of a gradient. And then I'll go through with sandpaper, usually very fine grit, like 320 or 400, and I'll start wearing the top layer down to reveal the darker or lighter layers underneath. And what's really cool is it creates this oxidized effect. I mean, you can actually see it. I first did this on this helmet that I'm wearing. So I'm gonna switch. So just in case you guys have never seen this, I don't know if you can actually see that or not, but especially in here, you can see that there's variations in tone. There's a brighter yellow underneath the darker. And that's just done with wearing it down with sandpaper or steel wool or something like that. So let's go back to what we were doing here. We're almost finished putting this liquid latex on, and I think that's pretty much what this is, and it's just dyed a cool color. But I think it is liquid latex. Cool. You use the salt technique on a Hot Wheels car. That's awesome. Oh, you are on Discord, Jimmy. Awesome. Cool. Well, then I'm pretty sure most people have a Discord. It's pretty common, especially if you game at all. So I think we'll be able to do that. I think there's maybe a couple of people that might not have it, but we'll get them set up. I think that'll be a fun way to go. And I may even, if I start doing it regularly, may even buy nitro. All right, so I'm going to just do these edges right here because I really feel like the rest of this is just too much. So the nice thing about doing a second coat is that we can cover up some of this. Don't have to. We'll keep this little piece right here. That's fine. Um, and maybe we'll do a piece right here. And maybe right on this edge. We'll do something. That's cool. Okay, and I think I'll do this little bit of tusk right here. And we'll do something right in there. And I think that's probably going to do it. Maybe we'll get this edge right here. Okay, that's way too much. Okay, that's cool. All right, so we'll let that dry. We'll go get another color of paint. And I'd like to get something that contrasts with this a little bit. So I have a couple of other blues, but I might even do something completely different from that. So let me go see what I can find, and we'll go from there. Let's move this out of the way. I've got all these bits of paper towel I need to get rid of. Cool. Yes, Discord. I think Discord will be fine. It's super easy to use. Most people have it. So, and it works great for live streaming multiple people, and it does the same thing Zoom does. So, except you don't have to pay for it. We have a Wednesday night meeting every week with the Star Wars morale missions, and I've done 2 now, and it's great. It's on Discord, and it's exactly what I'm talking about. Everybody hops in. You can turn on your video if you want. You've got audio. You can mute your audio, if you're not saying anything relevant. So it should be pretty cool. So I think that'll be a good thing to do for next week. All right, I'll be right back. Okay, and we're back. All right, so I found a couple of colors. This one looks like it might actually be exactly the same color as what I just sprayed on here. I think so. I think that's what that is. Yep. All right, so we might go get one of the lighter ones, but I'm kind of liking this too. Although that looks really similar also. This is iron lac, by the way. The color paint dries really fast. All right, we're going to try one more color. Maybe I should put primer over it. That could be kind of interesting. Primer with blue underneath. These are almost identical, so I'm going to take these back, and I will be right back. I'm going to get one of the lighter blue. Okay, I think this one's going to be pretty cool. So it's definitely lighter, and we'll see how that looks. This stuff is dry, so we'll check our nozzle, make sure it's not going to gunk up on us. Looks like it's okay. Should be all right. Yeah, it looks fine. Go ahead and shake this up real good. Hello there. Oh, Sven, you made it. Nice. Hey, you looked really good in your kit, by the way. I hope you saw my message. You looked great. And I love the Starship Troopers guys. That brought me back in the day when I worked in the props. Yep, I messed with a lot of that armor. I had to repair it on set sometimes between takes. So it was pretty cool. Everybody looked great. The guy in the red armor, he's on the group too. I'm trying to remember who that was. Can't remember. But yeah, you looked really good. Glad you could make it. So we're trying out your liquid latex here, the Vallejo liquid mask. Doing some paint chips. So we did a round with the first color, and now we're going to go over it with the second color. We expanded the perimeter of what we had done before, and we decided that some of the ones we had on there were too much, so we're going to just paint right over them. Oh, you're welcome, man. Hey, you got a new file that's going to be coming today that I think you're going to be very excited about. I'm going to be taking another break here. It's 2:30 right now, and I'm going until 4, so we've got another 90 minutes. I'm going to probably take a break in about 15 minutes, and in the final part of the show today, the stream, we're going to show off what you're going to be getting. So you're going to get the first part today. Or by tomorrow morning. I've got to basically I just go through and verify all the STLs, make sure they're all good, make sure they all actually have data. We've had issues with files that are there that are like 1 kilobyte and nothing loads in when you bring it into Orca. And that's just, I don't know how that happens, but I want to make sure that doesn't happen this time. So you guys have solid files. And then the second part of this file will come in a couple of days, but I need to prototype it first and make sure it actually works before I give it to you. So the other thing that you're going to get is if you have the pilot helmet, did I give you guys the pilot helmet file? If I did, cool. I think you've got the macro binoculars file with the tech spec helmet. So the macro binoculars will now fit on the pilot helmet, and you'll be able to keep the blast shield and everything else. Basically, the only thing you're changing is the ears. So if you have a rangefinder, that's got to go, but the ear caps will have the coupler on them. So you'll be able to put the macro binoculars on the pilot helmet. So yeah. Oh, I didn't give you the pilot helmet? Okay, well, you got the macro binoculars, right? Well, then hang on to the file because I got a feeling you guys are going to get the pilot helmet here pretty soon. You're not getting that today. You're getting something better. At least I think it is. Maybe, I mean, it's all opinions vary. So this paint's laying down a little better. Normally I'd be standing up for this. I probably should be. Okay. All right, that's probably good. Hmm. Oh, there we go. Maybe I'm just not getting enough paint on there. That seems to be working a little better. Okay. All right, that's going to need just a few minutes to dry. I'm so excited and I can't hide it. Nice. Well, good. I'm glad you're excited. I'm very glad you're excited. So I'm excited too. This is quite a milestone for me, and I'm hoping it's all going to work. It's all looking good up here. So, but that's why I want to prototype everything before I hand it off because I want to make sure it works. The first part I know will work um, in most situations, but the second part is what makes it cool and unique, and I want to make sure it works. So that's what's going to happen. I am going to take another quick break. Oh, you bought some of my shin plates. You bought them like as a make, right? Because you don't have to buy you didn't buy the file again, did you? Am I making shin plates for you? Which ones? That's cool. Thank you. I appreciate it. Or maybe you bought a different file of shin plates. Which ones did you? Oh, I want to know now. So I make the Bo-Katan, which a guy could wear them. Oh, no file. So I'm making them for you. Sweet. No, I can't be making them for you because um, I don't ship to Germany anymore, unfortunately, thanks to the EU. Um, yes, I did work on Starship Troopers. I was at Hell's Half Acre, Wyoming. Well, that's okay. You can show you when you find it, just post it in the group because I want to see what you got. Oh, it is a file. Okay. Yeah. Oh, I see what you're saying. You're not getting a make. You bought a file. I got you. Okay. No, don't worry. I know I'm being confusing. I'm sorry. You bought a file and it's a shin plate, but you don't remember what the name of it is. Yes. And Jimmy just said he didn't know that I worked on Starship Troopers. And yes, I did. I was actually out at Hell's Half Acre, Wyoming, where they shot all the Planet P stuff. I did not go to South Carolina where they shot Tango, uh, was it Tango Marilla or Tango something or other, Tango something. Um, I didn't go to that, but I was in Hell's Half Acre for 2 months. So, all right, I'm going to take a quick break, guys. I will be right back. And I'm going to have some cool things to show you in addition to our second reveal of the paint chip effect with the liquid latex. I think this stuff is liquid latex. It behaves exactly like liquid latex. So, yeah, that's why seeing those pictures, Fen, of you with those Starship Trooper guys, it brought back a lot of memories for me. I created Carmen Ibanez's pilot helmet on the set. A total of 11 of those were made, and they're extremely rare. Now, there's probably people that have figured out how to do a copy of them. So, but there was 11 original pilot helmets made on set by me. So, yeah. Now, Starship Troopers is awesome. It was an amazing experience working on that show. I was very, very young when I did that, but it was cool. So anyway, guys, I will be right back. Stay tuned. I'm not going to turn off that microphone button this time. I'm just going to unplug the mic. So I will be right back. Okay, guys, I'm back. There we go. I hope everyone liked the idea of the rebuild it HK Gauntlet. I love the hologram. The hologram was so cool. All right, so I'm going to show you guys something fun. Something I did yesterday with a Star Wars morale missions, even though it's going to say Goodwill of Colorado. Um, this is me in a parade in downtown Pueblo. See if you guys can figure out which one is me. Can you see which one I am? That was a long walk. Okay, so there's that. Thought you guys would get a kick out of that. And here's what I really want you to see. Let's see, where's that? Why isn't that flash drive showing up? Hmm. There it is. Okay. All right. So this is your file. This is the Gunny Jetpack. That's the Boba Fett version. And there are caps that go on the top. I don't know why I didn't highlight them for the video. That's the spike launcher, which is actually just an incredibly enlarged version of the dart that comes with the Gen 3 gauntlet. But it looked cool, so I was like, why not? Why reinvent the wheel? So it's going to have lots of hollow spaces. I am going to cut it up so it can be printed on smaller printers. I actually have to do that for my printer because I don't have a huge printer anymore. It's got a little turbine in there, goes in the nozzle. Like I said, this is the Boba Fett version with the nozzles on the outside, and then there is a Din Djarin version or Mandalorian version, the modern version, Disney Star Wars version with the nozzles on the bottom. And like I said, there are caps that go on the top. They're very cool looking. I don't know why they didn't show up, but those will be included. It's also going to, this is part two. Part one is going to be just the jetpack with all the things that you've already seen, plus some things you haven't, because for some reason I forgot to turn them on. But part two, and you are going to get this as well, is going to be a backplate that specifically goes with this jetpack. And I'm still working out some issues. I just had a couple of parts come off the print bed and they didn't quite work. So I have some, and it was more about how they go into this back thing itself, which I'm going to show you right now. We're going to just isolate it. So this module will drop into a pocket on the jetpack body and then just screw in or glue in if you want. You'll have that option. Yes, I know, I'm crazy. Uh, but thanks, Ben. But ideally, when everything is done, this will take some magnets. They're 20 millimeter magnets and 10 by 3 by 60 millimeter bar magnets that go down in here. But yeah, that's going to be your free file for the month, in addition to the modules that allow you to attach the macro binoculars onto the pilot helmet. Did I give you guys the Yeah, you guys got the macro binoculars with the tech spec helmet, correct? Yes. You will most likely be getting the pilot helmet here very soon. Um, Probably maybe next month. So either that or the Gen 4 gauntlets. I don't know yet. We'll see. Gen 4s are still under production work. So anyway, I thought I would share that with you. Hopefully you're excited. I kind of get the sense that you are. So that's great. I'm glad. And I want to make sure this is perfect for you guys. So if it's going to take a couple more days to get it to you, I'll tell you now it will be worth the wait. But I'm hoping that I will be delivering the jetpack itself tomorrow, tomorrow morning. I'm going to finish it up tonight, verify all the files that I know are good and everything works good and all the tolerances are good. And then I'll deliver that. I'm going to quarter it so it'll be easy to print. But I also want to build in registration so you can attach everything, together and have it hold together really nice, and you don't have to like sit there and make sure have misaligned seams or anything like that. So I want to get it as perfect as I can for you because I know we've waited like forever and ever to get it, and now it's done for the most part, and um, I just want to make sure it's perfect. So anyway, that's what you guys are getting. It's just about ready for delivery. We just need a couple of. I just need to verify everything. That's all. Just want to validate everything. That's all. So okay, we're gonna take off this material now. Let's see how we did. So if this worked out right, we'll have um, a hole that has a ring of dark paint and then metal. I'm gonna go ahead and use the paper towel again because that actually worked pretty good for rubbing this stuff off. Thank you. I'm glad you guys like it. I'm very excited about getting it to you. What I may do though is, well, no, you know what? No, I'm not even gonna say that. You guys have fun with it. And then yeah, we'll get you the pilot helmet. Oh, you know what? I forgot to put my glasses back on. Give me a second here. Oh, I think I left them in the house. All right. So, all right, here you can kind of see. So we've got this darker color underneath, and that's looking pretty cool. It's subtle, but you can totally see it. So we just got to peel off some more of this liquid latex, liquid mask. The thing about this stuff too is you really got to make sure you got it all because it's very easy to miss it. I mean, it's not a big deal, but you don't want to have a blob of liquid latex on your pauldron forever and ever. Yeah, there you go. You can see more of that variation. We could do this again with another color too. Like, if we wanted to make this white or primer color, then we just mask all this off. Boy, that's getting a lot of texture from that paint there. Now there's some orange peel, guys. That's some serious orange peel. Now, fortunately, this paint I will be able to sand that out with some fine grit sandpaper. But yeah, that's, I don't know why it's coming out so chalky like that. It could just be the paint is old. I've had these cans for a while. So I don't know if that's the reason. I'm just trying to guess because I don't know. How did I survive my con without fans? The con was easy. It was so nice inside there. It was super air conditioned. What was the challenge was the parade. because I don't have any fans in my helmet yet. Um, and it was pretty warm. It wasn't too bad. It was about 85, 86 degrees, which, isn't bad. But fortunately, the parade was mostly moving from south to north, and there was a very nice southern breeze, very nice breeze coming from the south, blowing right up into the back of my helmet. So it actually worked really good. You nearly died. What? What? What was going on there? Did they not have any air conditioning in that building? Or were you just it does take some getting used to. I gotta say, I've had a lot of time in my helmet, so I think maybe that's why I did so much better yesterday than my comrades who were struggling. Um, Especially my uh, battalion, uh, my battalion commander was really struggling, and he's a good bit younger than me. He was having a hard time. I was amazed actually how well I did on the parade. And the con was easy. So the con was very easy. So you just get used to it after a while. The more time you put into being in your helmet, the easier it'll get. But part of it is just having something over your whole head. It's not natural. It's not a natural, way to be. So you kind of got to get used to it. But you can, and it gets easier. It gets easier every time you do it. Okay, I know we kept some of this. Was that it? Oh, on the tusks, yes. Okay, here we go. Hopefully you guys can see this. I gotta get a more indirect light. The direct overhead light it kind of blows everything out. So I'll have to fix that. But I can really see it now, especially with this new camera angle. All right, so let's see here. Yeah, boy, that orange peel. Wow, that's pretty significant. Well, let's see if we have enough, if this is dried enough for us to sand it. Let's just see what we got in the old bone pile here. I'm so stingy with sandpaper because, unless it's like completely shot, it's like I know I can use it again for exactly like what I'm doing right now. So we'll just go over this, see if we can knock this texture down. Yeah, we are. And what we're also doing is we're revealing that color underneath. And these colors don't quite match, but they do look kind of interesting together. And this is nice too. This texture is nice too because when you go over this with a wash, that's going to really, there's a lot of nooks and crannies there for a wash to go into. So let's see. And you had fans. Oh, there was 400,000 people in. Are you serious? It was that big? That's huge. It was like half of Europe there, or all of your whole country went to this con. I know there's more than 400,000 people in Germany, but you know what I mean. I'm kidding. It's like, that's crazy. Really? Was there really that many people there? Are you kidding? That's amazing. I mean, if you had like 50,000 people, that's a lot of people. Maybe maybe you're just exaggerating. I hope you're exaggerating. Yeah. Okay. So this could definitely dry a little bit more, I think. Okay, it looks like we are pulling off a little bit more liquid latex. Yeah, I can't get over that orange peel. I think I gotta invest in some new caps for my paint cans. I think that's what's going on there is the caps are just not delivering the paint correctly. So I'm getting some very undesirable paint effects. I mean, you could definitely work with this if you really wanted to make a crusty looking pauldron. Because, yeah, that's not good. All that orange peel there. I mean, can you guys see it? Can you see all that orange peel? I don't know, maybe you can't. It's very rough. I'm not happy with the way that paint delivered. But, I mean, I think I could work with it. Especially if we add maybe another color. Like this could be a gray. So we might do a gray here and maybe do this. And this could be an orange, maybe. Could be an orange. That could be cool. Orange mythosaur with the gray, or maybe we do orange and orange. So that could be kind of cool. So yeah, but I mean, it's interesting. The sandpaper is working nicely to reveal the other layer of paint underneath, just giving it an interesting tone. Let's see if we can. So I think scratches are generally more prolific than peeling paint. Things get scratched all the time. So having a tool that can impart scratches, and this is one of them that I use. I have another one. Is it here? No, I don't know where it put it. It's in with some stuff. I have it. I just don't know exactly where it is at the moment. There's lots of ways you can put in scratches, though. These dental tools are a lot of fun. See, look at that. And you just got to be kind of very loose with it. You can grab the edge, come at it from the edge. You end up getting stuff like that, which I think that looks, more plausible than some of these paint chips. You want to go in different directions. I'm kind of just working across the surface and whatever happens, happens. I'm not trying to be too intentional about it. It's more about just seeing what happens. And here's what I'm talking about now about how we can get into some of these edges here and make them look a little less blobby. You come in, you add the scratches, and that makes it, that adds a little bit more believability to it. Okay, when you just do something like that, it's coming from the side, and just kind of make these chip edges a little more convoluted, so they feel a little more organic and not so deliberate. So this is where the pauldron bashes into the collar plate a lot, you know? That's always an issue. So see, this is how you can take a bad paint job and and make it still work. Definitely need some more of that edge there. So having a nice metal tool that you can abrade with definitely helps. It, oh, the latex needs up to an hour? Uh, hmm. Oh, there was, are you serious? There was 500,000 people. How big was this place? This must have been like, what was it, like a neighborhood? And they just told everybody to leave? I mean, seriously, that's like, okay, there's 500,000 people in Colorado Springs. So, wow, I can't even believe that. Are you, it is real. The latex needs up to an hour. Yeah, all right, to cure. And random is golden. Yes. Wow. Okay, I'm absolutely blown away, Sven, that there was that many people there. No wonder you were so hot. I mean, that's claustrophobic, that many people in a confined space. Now, here's where we can kind of come back in on these high spots that we did initially with the latex. And I wasn't really happy with it, but now we can come back in because these spots are high. We can begin to add some scratches. So basically, just try to find things that have knurling. These dental tools are just awesome. You can also use files. Files will work. I have one that I really like for this. This one here. It's not doing anything. Okay, I don't like that file now. I really liked it before, but I think I want to use other files. Okay, that's probably too much scratching, but we can fix that with some sandpaper. We'll just come back in with the sandpaper and we'll just kind of smooth it out a little bit. Okay, that's not too bad. Yeah, sometimes it's like, again, with this weathering stuff, that, if you're learning anything from what you're seeing right now, is it should be restraint. Um, Also, Americans, French, and nearly every um, oh, I can't read that last word. Is it because of that heart that's there? I think it says nearly every nation, but that's incredible. But this place that you were in, I mean, it must have been huge to hold that many people. So the main thing is here we can come in and we can really break up these edges a little bit. Do you see how we've added these awesome little convolutions here? And this is what you don't get if you just use the liquid latex and peel it off. See, here we have a nice sort of, it's a cool looking shape, but it's not very believable. Whereas this is much more believable. I mean, if you guys want to know what chip paint looks like, what it really looks like, there's a website called CG Textures. Go there and look for paint textures, and you'll see what weathered paint really looks like. There's the Hollywood version, and then there's the real version, the nature version. Okay, cool. See, and that works too because that goes like right here. So it's always like it could be bashing into your chest plate. And that's something else too, is you want to think about. This is the issue that I have with the MMCC's regs, is they want all your stuff to look the same. Like it all gets used the same, it all gets impacted the same. Every time you fall, all your stuff hits the ground exactly the same, and so it all has the same damage. I don't think that's realistic, but so it's like every piece of armor that I do that would go with this needs to look like this. So this would be my benchmark for weathering as far as paint chips go and aging of the paint. Um, Now, obviously, this still needs a black wash. Maybe we'll go ahead and do that. Put a black wash on here and see how that looks. Do I have something I can mix a wash in? I don't know. Oh, maybe I could just do it in a paint can. I gotta get some water though. I don't have any water. No. Wait, you know what? I wonder if I could do that. Hmm. Wow. 335,000 dudes. There was no girls there? It was all dudes. That's pretty hilarious. That's funny, man. Well, it seems like you had a good time, though. So even though you almost died, hey, that just makes it even more heroic that you almost died going to a con. I think that's awesome. So I'm going to see if my lovely wife would get me a little container of water. Yeah, because I want to do a black wash on here. Oh, and can you grab me a couple more paper towels, please? No, 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 no. Just a little thing of water. Thank you. Oh, this will work. Oh, and I do have a cup. I have one cup. Oh, it has a hole in it. Oh, what a hack. All right. I got to get some more paper cups today. I can't believe I'm out of them. That's crazy. Okay, I can do a black wash in there. I think I'm going to actually paint this the rest of the way. I think I'm going to do the Mythosaur. I'm going to do it kind of like a Death Watch, but a real aged one. Thank you. Oh, wow. That's a lot of water. No, that's cool. Here, you know what? That's fine. I'll just use this. Thank you. This is awesome. This is awesome. Hey, it's better to have it and not need it than to need it and not have it, right? That's cool. Man, I can't get over that, Sven. That's crazy. That is crazy. And all dudes, at least according to how you're telling it. There had to have been girls there. Can't just be dudes. That's funny. Oh, there's a big kitty. All right. Got to do a little cleanup here. And I'm really glad you made it to the stream, Sven. So next week, you didn't hear, but next week we're going to be, first of all, we're going to do a stream every week. And it's going to be a long stream like this one. And the next one we're going to do on Discord. So I'm trusting you have Discord, yes? Uh, thanks. All right. So let's make some black wash. We'll get some black. And see, this is why the first electronics project that we're going to do is, where's my mouse? This mouse is a squirrel. It's not a mouse. The first electronics project we're going to do is this. We're going to fix this. Nobody should have to suffer a floppy rangefinder like this, especially when there's some guy that's supposed to be teaching people about how to do props and stuff. So, but I have admitted that I don't know very much about electronics. So, but we're going to learn. We're going to learn together. It's going to be awesome. And we're going to make practical things that we need to make for our kits. I mean, there's a lot of projects in there, but I don't think any of us needs to build I don't know, whatever. We're going to find some things in there that are what we need. Okay, so I'm going to take this. This is the nice thing about buying resin, is that you get these free brushes. So I'm going to just get some water in here. I don't want to make this too thin, but I don't want to make it too, I don't want it to be too thick either. So hopefully I can just, okay, probably a little more than that. All right. So we got about that much paint to that much water. And we may need to add more water. What we're going to do is we're going to put this on and then we're going to kind of wipe it off. I'm going to just see what it does. But because it's water soluble, I think this could be a little thinner. Yeah, I think we'll make this a little thinner. One of the ways you can test it is just by, yeah, see, that's too thick. Because even if you make it too thin, you can always mix another batch, or you can take the same batch and you can just build up, where you've already gone if you want to build it up. But we want this thin enough so that it really gets a nice capillary action, where it's just going into all the little nooks and crannies. So we're going to just get up around this guy here, get up around this. And we don't want to do too much because we got to wipe it off. That's looking kind of cool. It's picking up all the scratches. Let's get around the perimeter here. Get up into the face. I'd like to get some more into these deeper regions inside the skull. Oh yeah, this is starting to look like a something now. Huh. That is a scroungy palette, or not a palette, a pauldron. Palette. Good grief. Did I leave the acetone open? Okay. Yeah. All right. All right. I don't know. What do you guys think? Yeah, but I don't know how to write persons. What are you talking about, Sven? Oh, oh, I see. That's why you wrote dudes. Okay, because you just wrote persons. You mean people? You could say humans. Maybe some of them weren't human. Sniff it. You have a motor for your rangefinder. Did you finally get it to work? Did you find you were having issues with the coding? I remember. Well, I don't have a motor for my rangefinder, and I'm going to do mine different from yours. I'm going to use a stepper motor. I'm not going to use a. I'm not going to use an RC motor. A servo motor. Stepper motors are a lot more precise, and the electronics kit that I bought comes with a stepper motor that I already have 6 of, so that's cool. Um, yeah. All right. All right. So now we could probably go in there with some other washes. Maybe a brown wash could be kind of cool. I think the scratches are a little too much. I kind of went overboard on the scratches. So to fix that, I'd basically just have to kind of go in here and sand this out a little bit, you know, to kind of take them down, and then maybe hit it with some more paint, or maybe it would fade out enough to where it would actually look kind of cool. Let's see. Let's just try it, see what happens, because I think that's, yeah, I think that's too much. These other scratches, that one's nice. That's very random looking. This one looks like, you know, my 3-year-old got a hold of my dental tool and just decided they wanted to scratch. I don't have a 3-year-old, by the way. I'm just saying hypothetically. But, you know, I think it's kind of looking cool. You use the Katso kit. Oh, that's right. You bought the Katso kit. But didn't you try to build one yourself though? Or something? Yeah, the Katso kit is cool. It is. We're going to learn how to build one though. So that's going to be something we learn. It's practical, it's useful, and you can always use the technique for something other than a rangefinder because it's a stepper motor. You can use it to move very precisely in specific number of degrees. So you can't do that with a servo motor. Servo motors is either on or off, and you have to have something that stops it. So, you know, like basically just, you know, prevents it from rotating. Whereas a stepper motor, you can say, yeah, I want you to move exactly 90 degrees clockwise, you know, or 10 degrees, because, you know, that's how the 3D printers work. It's exactly how they work, and it's very cool. So I'm wondering, where's the sandpaper? Let's get some sandpaper. See, this is kind of what I like to do too. This is why it's fun to have pieces that you can just play around with. I mean, I'm probably not going to use this anywhere. I might, or, you know, I might give it away as a gift or something, you know, because I think by the time I get done with it, it's going to look really cool. Right now, it's very uniform because, you know, everything's the same color basically. We're getting some tonal variation, but it's kind of boring right now because this should be some kind of bright color. I'm thinking orange or white or maybe even yellow. Yellow, probably not. No, probably not yellow, but maybe white or orange would look really cool. And the reason orange, because orange is complementary to this color. So a complementary color is basically based off of light theory. This is color theory is based off of light theory. So when the sun shines, it has a yellow light. Basically, it's got a yellowish cast to it. So if you look at the shadows are going to be all in the blues. Okay. Now, I think you guys in Europe actually learned this stuff in school. So they don't teach that here. You have to go to an art school to learn that or get on a good YouTube channel. But yeah, so basically, those colors would be considered complementary to each other because one of them is the light color and the other one's the shadow color. So orange is in the complementary spectrum to blues. It's not perfectly it's actually pretty close to this. Orange is pretty close to this teal color. So that's why I think orange would work really well. You could also do the trim in orange, but I think I'd rather go with a neutral, either a very light gray or even the pebble white that I'm so fond of. Maybe we'll go ahead and shoot that while we're still. How much time do we got? It is, what does that say? 3:28? Are you kidding? Does that really say 3:28? No, can't be that late. Oh my gosh, I think it is. Well, let's just see what we can do. You know what we got to do? We got to work on this helmet. I'm going to shoot some black on this helmet. So that's what we're going to do. I'm going to move this. Because I think the reason I was working on that pauldron is because I was waiting for this to dry. Okay, that's going to be too tall. So I need something else that goes on there. Maybe some caps, some cap action, or something. I have something else that I use with this. Oh, maybe this. Yeah, it's probably this thing right here. Because it's got primer on it, so I know I must have used it. This is my Q-tip container, but it works great as an additional lift because this helmet is so tall that I have to have something. Of course, all my helmets, they're taller than. Okay. All right. So now we can get our flat black. We're going to go flat black. Okay. I was just reading the chat. Sven, you were responding to me, I think, and I forgot what I said to you. So, and I looked at it too late to where I don't remember. All right, so on these, first of all, I got to make sure this thing's actually going to rotate. I'm probably going to have to pull this out a little bit, but I got to make sure I can actually get all the way around. And I think I'm going to need to center this up a little bit. So let's take this back off of here very carefully. And let's get this in the center, get that in the center, and then we'll put this back on. Okay. So what I usually like to do first, I just realized this, is I like to paint the bottom first. Let me take this off again. And we're going to put this in such a way as I can paint the bottom. So I have something I can put this on. It's hard with this crest, this particular helmet, but I will use this. I don't know if that's going to work. It might. Yeah, it's not holding it that great. This can be kind of tricky. So I may have to do something different here. All right, I think we'll just, what I used to do is I would just shoot the bottoms outside. But since I'm streaming, I need to be here to show this stuff. So shake this up. Yeah, that polygon's actually looking pretty cool, I gotta say. Except for this place where I went a little overboard with the scratches. The rest of it looks good, though. The metal's showing through nicely. Yeah. Did I ever use spray putty? No. I don't rescale. Oh, yeah. That's cool. Yeah, the Catso rangefinder should fit in my helmet. No problem. Oh, no, don't fall over. Wow, that is not cool. Okay. See? You know what? I think I'm going to have to take and do this like this. Let's take this out. Set it right there. And we're going to just hold it. We're really just looking to get this bottommost edge. That's all. Nothing else. Just the bottommost edge. And we'll change positions now. I'll probably do the inside the eye line as well. Okay. Now we can let this dry for a minute. And then we can put it back onto the turntable. I think I'm going to take this off. put it somewhere else right here. And we'll put this back on. Let's see. I need a thing in here that fills that gap. Okay. All right. Cool. Okay. Now we're in there. Auto correction. Uh-oh. I did that again. I'm sorry. Gotta be careful. All right. So I like to hit the, you know, I just have a way of, usually I'll start at the bottom and work my way up. So that's what I'm going to do here. I've already done this part, so I'm just going to come through here like this. Get that. And go about to right there. And then we'll come over, rotate a little bit. Do that. Come down the front here. Yeah, if you want to go back over an area that you can see you missed, just go quick. As long as you don't go too slow and you don't linger, you won't get any drips. And you don't go back over an area too many times. Once, maybe twice. If you go back a second time, you got to go really fast. You are going to get some overlapping, and you do want that because that ensures that you've got good coverage. Okay. Sometimes it's just little short bursts. Okay. All right. That helmet has black on it. Okay. So, well, let's see. We got black on 3 parts, including the helmet. Oh, and we got some chrome on the ear parts. And we did this pauldron. What else do we got going on here? Let's see here. I feel like I want to mask this right now and get some trim on here. And then as far as the mythosaur goes, I'm actually thinking I might want to, I've got some kind of white color paint here. I'm thinking I might want to like dry brush this. Let's see how that does. Maybe we'll dry brush the whole thing. Well, we won't dry brush the whole thing because I want to get some more latex on here. In fact, we should probably do that first. We'll do our latex first. What a mess. All right, let's clean some of this up. Or at least get it out of the way. All right, so we're going to go back over these areas on the mythosaur because I'm gonna go ahead and do it like a dry brush technique on here and just see how that goes. I can always, because this thing's a real pain in the ass to, oh, sorry. This thing's a real pain in the butt to mask. I didn't actually just say that word. I know it's a PG. Got to keep it, I really like to keep things family friendly. So I apologize for saying that if anybody's offended. I'm guessing nobody is, but just in case, please forgive me. I do have salty and spicy dialogue occasionally. I shouldn't say things like that though when I'm wearing a Mandalorian. There are rules. Okay. Well, what I really like about this latex is how easy it is to put down. It's exactly the right consistency, so it's very easy to work with. It doesn't dry too fast, but it also doesn't dry too slow. So it seems like they took some time and really created a very good formula of latex. But yeah, I think since there's so much texture on here now, I think dry brushing is definitely going to be the way to go. Did that dry already? Wow, that dried fast. Okay, so all right, so we'll let that dry for a few minutes, and then we'll go ahead and dry brush some white on here. All right. Where's that water? Oh, here it is. Hmm. Okay. That brush is clean enough. I get these brushes at Walmart. They're like $2 and you get an assortment of them. So they're perfect for this application. Go ahead and clean this out, and we can put some of this white paint in here. And we're not going to thin this paint down because what we're going to do is we're going to get most of it off of the brush. Because with dry brushing, you keep the paint at its normal consistency, but when you put it on the brush, you're going to wipe as much of it off as you can. So there's only a little bit left on the brush, and then you're going to go over your area that you want to highlight. So we're going to just put a little bit of this in here. Ooh, that's interesting. Ooh, yuck. It's like a string came out of it. Nasty. This is acrylic paint, water-based acrylic paint, so it's basically non-toxic. Let's see if I have a bigger brush that isn't one of these brushes. So otherwise it's going to take a really long time to brush this. Let's look over. Yeah, that's all sandpaper. Oh, do I have more? I just discovered that I have more Bondo spatulas. Ah, here's my paintbrushes. Yes, perfect. Right behind the glue sticks. Okay. Okay. Yeah, see, this is what I want right here. And you get these little packs of a value pack, right? So there was probably 6 brushes in here of different sizes. And we had, well, I actually think this one came from a different set, but this has a nice fat end on it that's going to be perfect for what we want to do. So let's just put some paint on here, and then we want to just get a bunch of it off, because then we're just going to do this. Oh, that's still a lot of paint on there. So yeah, basically what we want to do is we want to just kind of just very well lightly go over this. And now because we latexed it, we'll be able to reveal all our paint chips afterwards. But what we want to make this feel like is like the paint is really faded or worn out. And I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to lay this down and then I'm going to come back in and wipe it off. And we're not really dry brushing yet. We're kind of dry brushing. So what I need to do is I need to take the paint and then just wipe off a bunch of it. You really only want there to be a little bit so we can just go over this like this. You know, and then we're picking up all that awesome texture. So I'm kind of doing a mix here because what I'm going to do now is I'm going to just see if I can wipe some of this off. Oh yeah, that's coming off. But now I got to be careful. I see I got to finish this up. I didn't finish that up. I didn't finish this up first. But we'll kind of re-wet this paint a little bit right here. So we're kind of running out of paint here on the brush, but that's actually working in our favor. Okay. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to just take a little bit of water on a paper towel. It's going to kind of moisten it up a little bit. Don't want it to be too wet. But I just want to go back over what I just did. Oh, that isn't quite what I wanted, but we'll have to probably just hit that again. Oh, it's actually, oh, I see. There's latex coming up too. All right, well, this is when it was an experiment. And it didn't quite work, but once this paint dries, we can just go back over it and hit it again. Or we could just actually just try to paint this. I think maybe we'll do that. Maybe we'll just try to paint it so that it, looks pretty good. Hopefully I didn't peel off all the latex. It is okay to paint with a brush from time to time. Okay, that looks a little better. I'm going to just do the rest of it like that. All right. Sorry, I know I'm being quiet. I'm concentrating. I haven't even looked at the chat in a minute. Let's see. Should there not be more people from USA coming in around this time? Oh, yeah, I would think so, but for some reason, I'm just not getting that many takers. I don't know what's going on. Maybe it's football season. Maybe people are barbecuing. Maybe they're camping. Maybe they're. I don't think it's not hunting season, so I don't think it's that. I don't know why there's not more people here. I mean, you guys have been awesome about showing up on a regular basis. So maybe when I start streaming more often, I think that's been part of the problem is that because I've only been doing it like once a month, it's just kind of easy to just forget about it. So I think by going, this is one of the reasons why I wanted to start doing it every week because then it's a lot more consistent, it's a lot more regular, and I think we're going to get more people to come in. So, and especially when we start doing some really deep stuff like electronics, painting is cool, but there's only so far you can take stuff with painting. I mean, that's kind of an understatement, but or an overstatement because painting can be very deep too, especially, I've seen some really amazing paint work. But yeah, it's doing electronics and stuff. That's what really is going to make our kits shine on another level. So you have the good paint job and you have awesome electronics that some of which you may have even made yourself. All right. Hey, that looks pretty good. That doesn't look too bad, especially if we weather it out a little bit. Once we get some more paint chips in there, yeah, that doesn't look bad at all. We'll hit it with a little bit more paint in the center area here because it's kind of thin. So we kind of went the opposite. We were going to dry brush, but this wasn't quite as suitable for dry brushing as I thought it might be. So it's working well for brush painting though, I think. What do you guys think? It's not great, but I'd like to see you painting it. Show us how we can do it too. Um, oh, it's nearly midnight in Germany. College football started this weekend. Ah, there it is. That's it. Everybody's gone. Um, well, you can see this, right, Sven? Is my hand in the way? My hand's in the way, isn't it? Can you see it? I, yeah, it's my stupid hand. I'm gonna come over here. So just kind of even this out a little bit by just doing another pass over it. And I'm just holding the brush very lightly, guiding it with my fingers like that. I don't know if you can just, and, just, I can always go back over an area. So if I miss something, it's not a big deal. So what I want to try to do is get some of these brush strokes out. And we'll probably go over this with a wash after um, it's dry. So we're just going over it several times to really build up the color. And then I know we've got some latex right there, so I'm not going to worry about that too much. Yeah, that's definitely looking better. This side needs some love. Okay, that's a little better right there. Okay. All right. Well, I think that's definitely a good start. The outer edge, I would probably do, I might do the outer edge in orange, the trim. For that, I'm going to seriously mask everything off, and then we'll hit it with the orange. Although, maybe I shouldn't because we've got some really nice weathering right here, and that's going to be very difficult to, to cover properly with the latex. So I think I'm going to just leave that alone because that's actually quite nice. The metal is really showing through, and we just need to uh, get this mythosaur finished. I missed a spot right here. Ah, okay. There we go. Let's do that. All right. What do you guys think? I mean, it pops, right? I don't know. You could say it sucks. It's okay. It is fine. Okay. Thanks, Sven. I appreciate that. I do. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate you guys a lot. And I'm hoping this is going to become more fun as we do it more often. We're going to start getting a rhythm, and we're going to do some cool stuff. I know we can go deep with the electronics. We'll definitely be doing more painting. I'd love to do some kit bashing. Orange frame, yeah. I want to do the orange frame. I'm just not sure if I'm going to be able to mask that. Like this section here, is very. Um, that's going to be hard to get, but I could try. I definitely could try. So we'll have a look at it next week. So because I think it's just about 4 o'clock. We got a few minutes. So hey, do you guys got any questions or anything you want to talk about or share or whatever? Um, this is always the time of the stream where I like to, get you guys to chime in if there's anything that you want to talk about or questions that you have. Tom asked some 3D printer questions earlier. That was cool. Um, Looking forward to the electronics. Yes, me too. Use latex. Yes, I will use latex on that spot, Stan. It's just a lot to cover but it'll come off nice, and I can always scratch it on the edges to make the edges look more believable. So I think it's looking pretty cool, and I like the black wash in there. When this is all dry, we'll hit it some more with some more black wash. Might even get a couple of other colors in there, maybe some rust. Maybe I'll do some rust buildup up in here, or maybe in a couple of the areas in the mythosaur, like maybe right in here in between the tusks, in this like tooth area, I guess it would be. That's looking cool though, I gotta say. I'm liking it. I'm liking it. I'm liking it a lot. So came out better than I thought it would. Maybe I'll post this today, what we made on the live stream. Plus, we've got this nice helmet. So I'm going to show you guys this one more time, just in case. We've got one coat. This is still kind of tacky, which is surprising. That means it's pretty humid out, I think. It's been very humid here, uncharacteristically humid. It's usually very dry here in the West. But you got the shin on Cult 3D. Okay, cool. Since you worked on Starship Troopers, how do you feel about Helldivers? I love Helldivers. Um, Helldivers is clearly a straight up ripoff of Starship Troopers. But what's cool about it is that it's doing all the stuff that the movie didn't do. Because in the book, those guys had powered armor and they dropped from capsules. That's why they were called Cap Troopers in Starship Troopers, because they dropped in little capsules. So Helldivers is actually a more accurate depiction of Starship Troopers. But the thing is both properties are owned by Sony. So they basically made Starship Troopers twice. So I gotta hand it to them. I think it's genius. The game is awesome. I've only played it a couple of times because I don't own it yet. My son owns it, and he shared it with me on Steam. And I played with some other guys, but I definitely, it was fun. It was really, really fun. Um, I love the Starship Trooper sense of humors. I do play games. Right now, I'm playing two very different games. One, I'm actually thinking about starting to stream on the weekends because I want to play the full version. And I'm also thinking about speed running the game, and that is a game called Alien Isolation. I learned about speed running it from a Swiss streamer, a Swiss German streamer who goes by the name of Psycho Hypnotic, and he has the world record right now for beating the game in like 2 hours and 16 minutes without any cheats. So it's all no major glitches, and it's pretty cool. But I've finally gotten to the point where I can play that game and not be terrified of the alien. When I first played that game, my hand physically shook. My mouse hand would physically shake. Now I've played all the DLCs. I try to speed run them whenever possible, but I want to speed run the actual game. So I might start streaming that. But the other game I'm playing is like 180 degrees from it, and it's really fun and totally chill. And it's called Valheim, and it's basically like this sort of uprated Minecraft crafting game. The German crack. Oh, how funny. Uh, but yeah, so I play Valheim and Alien Isolation, but I'd love to play Helldivers. I got to buy a copy of the game, and or I just got to let my son give it to me because I don't think he plays it at all. He's like playing the new Counter Strike 2, and he also plays. He loves League of Legends. That's his thing. So and my other son plays that with him, and they play other stuff, but they like those top down RTS type games. I like more first person shooter type stuff, but I'll do third person as well. Valheim's all third person, but it's just so chill. It's almost like ASMR of for a video game because the environments are just beautiful. The audio effects are awesome. The lighting is really cool, even though the textures look like 8-bit textures or do I read Star Wars books? I have not read a Star Wars book in quite some time, but I am looking to catch up on it because I want to read some of the Karen Travis stuff because I know she covered a lot of the Mandalorian culture in her books, and I think she wrote a lot of Clone Trooper books. So I don't know, but I got to look up her stuff because I know most of the Mandalorian language that everybody is learning has come from those books. So I'm probably going to be reading those in the near future. Right now, I'm reading things about how to get better at doing the stuff that I do. So most of the reading I do is all expanding my knowledge. Oh, Ark Survival. That's supposed to be pretty cool. I haven't played that, but it looks awesome. It looks really awesome, and it's really come a long way. But yeah, that's a cool, really cool game. What's the other game that I was thinking about playing? Um, I can't think of it off the top of my head, but my buddy is really into Elite Dangerous, and from the way he describes it, it sounds like a lot of fun. But he's like super invested. He's been playing that game forever, and he's like a Duke or something. He's got like I don't know. You should make some Starship Trooper Helldiver files. I was gonna make all of that stuff, and then Darnold Galactic Armory with his 85 people that he has working for him just pooped everything out in like 3 days. It's like, well, who's going to buy it from me now? But I was thinking about it. I was thinking about making that stuff. I would like to make some Starship Trooper stuff. I'm also thinking about making some model kits, of cool Star Wars vehicles that you guys could 3D print because I love model kits. And so I'm thinking about those. I'm also thinking about props. Like I'm thinking about doing the flamethrower from Alien Isolation. I'm thinking about doing some Fallout stuff. Um, and definitely I keep keeping the Star Wars, but I'm thinking that can you do a figure of an armor kit of yours? Oh yeah, I've actually been thinking about doing figures. Yes, that's cool. One of the things I would love to be able to do would be to make figures of you guys in your kits, you know, and you need some more holograms. Yeah, there you go. All right, I'll make a hologram figure. I'll make a figure that you can turn into a hologram of me, so you can put me on your gauntlet. That would be very cool. So I'd be totally down with that. So You love model kits, especially Gunpla. Oh yeah, Gunpla is pretty awesome. It's that's so deep, that whole Gunpla world. It's I always say Gunpla, but it might be Gunplay. I don't know. I think it's Gunpla, but yeah. Cool stuff. Definitely. Yes, more to come. You guys are going to get your file tomorrow morning, your Jetpack part 1. And then in a couple of days after I finish prototyping everything and making sure it works, the connection system, you're going to get that. And in addition to that, you're going to get the mounting hardware for the pilot helmet. Um, you want it now. Of course you do. You wanted it yesterday, Sven. I know. I know you. Um, you're going to get it, brother. I promise. It's good. And you're going to love it. You're going to be so excited. And it's going to be all set up, easy to print and easy to put together. And everything's going to fit. And all the files are going to be um, loadable into your slicer. Because we've had some issues with that. And I just want to make sure that that doesn't happen this time. All right, guys. It has been a fantastic day. I so appreciate you who have stuck with me. What's that? Yeah, I'm going to change the screen right now because I'm still saying my outro and it's going to probably take me 10 minutes. But anyway, I really appreciate you guys being here. And oh, you wanted it a week before. Okay. I just, you know what? I gotta get up super early to keep up with you, Sven. And you're making it hard, brother. you're you're always 10 steps ahead of me. All right. You're welcome. Thank you for being here, Jimmy. You've been here for the whole time, and most of you guys have too. But Jimmy was like the first one here, so hats off to you. And I'm super stoked that you guys were here. It was a great show, and lots of good interaction. And hopefully, you guys had fun and learned something. And I'm looking forward to the next one. We're going to be back next week, probably on Saturday, because I'm not doing any cons next week. So it will be awesome, and we will have more fun doing more cool things. So until then, guys, have a fantastic week. And I thank you again for being here. And I look forward to seeing you guys again next week. And until then, take care. This is HK7335 signing off.